our first session in Youth Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, and now we are going to start our first plenary session. The theme of the session is Beyond Borders, Diaspora Youth Leadership in a Globalized World. So may I humbly request you all to please settle down, please have your seats. Our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji, will chair this plenary session, and Shri Vinny Bansal, co-founder of Flipkart, will be the moderator. In this session, we'll have learned panel. Many eminent personalities will join us on the dais for the session. So may I request you all to please be seated, and a very humble, gentle request that please put your cell phones on silent mode. Thank you. And let me share with you that we have many more sessions queued up. We are having a parallel session at Swasti Premium Hotel. It's basically a joint business session between MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, and Government of Odisha. So in that session, our Honorable Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankarji, and Chief Minister of Odisha, Honorable Shri Mohan Charan Majhi will interact with the diaspora, the business community, who basically hail from Odisha. And in this session, our panelists are Mr. Y.B. Prabhakaran, Ms. Ishani Chandelier will also be part of the panel. Mr. Don McLean Gill from Philippines is one of our panelists. Then we have Ms. Revati Pillai, Mr. Moyuddin Muhammad Ali, and Ms. Nakila Pandey. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji. Can we have huge round of applause for our Honorable Minister, sir? माननीय युवा कार्यक्रम एवं खेल मंत्री भारत सरकार डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी का हम बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं इस प्लेनरी सेशन में। जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन कीजिएगा माननीय मंत्री जी का। May I now request our panelists to kindly join us on the dais. Mr. Y.B. Prabhakaran ji, may I request you to please join us on the dais. Ms. Ishani Shandalya ji, ma'am, please join us. We have with us Mr. Don McLean Gill, so I'm requesting Mr. Gill to please join us on the dais. Our next panelist is Ms. Revati Pillai, so I'm requesting Ms. Pillai to please come onto the dais. We have with us Mr. Mohyuddin Muhammad Ali from Muscat, so I'm requesting Mr. Ali. And Ms. Nikhila Pandey from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm requesting Ms. Nikhila Pandey ji to kindly join us on the dais. And our moderator of the session, Shri Bini Bansal ji, co-founder Flipkart. I'm requesting Shri Bansal ji to kindly join us on the dais. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll felicitate and welcome our Honorable Minister sir by presenting him a bouquet. माननीय मंत्री जी का मंच पर पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट करके हम अभिनंदन करेंगे। मैं आप सबसे निवेदन करूंगी इस स्वागत में आप सब हमारे साथ हों। करतल ध्वनि के साथ हम स्वागत कर रहे हैं माननीय युवा कार्यक्रम एवं खेल मंत्री भारत सरकार डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी का। Thank you, sir. We now welcome Mr. Y.B. Prabhakaran, our panelist. We'll now present a bouquet to Ms. Ishani Shandalya ji. We welcome Mr. Don McLean Gill from Philippines by presenting him a bouquet. We are now welcoming Ms. Revati Pillai. And now Mr. Mohyuddin Muhammad Ali. We'll felicitate him by presenting a bouquet. And our last panelist, Ms. Nikhila Pandey ji. We welcome you, ma'am, in this session. And we are now presenting a bouquet to Ms. Nikhila Pandey from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you once again in Youth Pravasi Bharatiya Divas on the occasion of 18th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. And now we begin our plenary session, Beyond Borders, Diaspora Youth Leadership in a Globalized World. As I was mentioning earlier, Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji will chair the session. Shri Bini Bansal, co-founder of Flipkart, will be the moderator. And let me introduce our panelists to you. We have Mr. Y.B. Prabhakaran ji. He's from Malaysia. He's a Malaysian politician, member of parliament from Batu, member of the People's Justice Party, and we have been told that he is the youngest MP ever of the Indian diaspora. Welcome to the Meshwar Shah. Our next panelist is Ms. Ishani Shandalya from Hong Kong. She's a business analyst. She's BC Global Services Hong Kong. She's a technology graduate trainee, Digital Business Services Hong Kong. Welcome to the program, ma'am. Our next panelist is Mr. Don McLean Gill from Philippines. He's a lecturer, Department of International Studies, De La Salle University. Mr. Gay specializes in Philippine foreign policy, India, Southeast Asian security relations, and maritime security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific and India-Southeast Asian relations. Welcome to the program. We have with us Ms. Revati Pillai from South Africa. She's IT business analyst and Southside Radio FM presenter, dynamic youth ambassador, and a radio personality dedicated to empowering youth voices. Welcome to the program, Ms. Revati Pillai. Our next panelist is Mr. Moyuddin Muhammad Ali from Muscat. Mr. Ali is Vice Chairman, Gulfar Engineering and Contracting, SAOG. He's the President of Oman Chapter of Indo-Gulf and Middle East Chamber. Welcome to the program, Mr. Ali. And ladies and gentlemen, our last panelist is Ms. Mekila Pandey from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. She's daughter of former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Basudev Pandeyji, political leader of the newest political party, the Patriotic Front, launched in 2019. She's former member of Parliament and she is an attorney at law. So Ms. Mekila Pandey, welcome to the program. And as I was sharing with you, our moderator is Shri Bini Bansal, co-founder of Flipkart. So Shri Bini Bansal, it's over to you, please.
Thank you. I would like the chair to probably start the session, say a few words. Sukji.
वर्ल्ड यंग लीडर सेशन में डाइस पर उपस्थित सभी प्रवासी भारतीय यंग लीडर्स, उपस्थित सभी युवा दोस्तों, भाइयों बहनों, आज मुझे खुशी है कि इस प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस की थीम रखी गई है प्रवासी यंग लीडर्स विकसित भारत में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन कैसे दे सकते हैं। दोस्तों, मैं आपके सामने शॉर्ट में 3 विषय रखूंगा। इंडिया की यूथ के लिए सिचुएशंस क्या है। इंडिया इज अ बिग कंट्री, ह्यूज डाइवर्सिटी, 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशंस, उसमें से कुल मिला के 20 में से 13 देश के सिटीजन यूथ है, बिलो 35 है। दुनिया का सबसे यंग कंट्री इंडिया है, जिसकी एवरेज एज 29 इयर्स है। इंडिया के यूथ को मोबिलाइज करने के लिए लास्ट 10 इयर्स से गवर्नमेंट ने नंबर ऑफ टाइप ऑफ इनिशिएटिव लिया है। उसका 2 फायदा हुआ है। एक हुआ है इंडियन यूथ को अपनी चॉइस की इंडिया में ही अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले, उसके लिए इंडिया की इकोनॉमी पोस्ट कोविड 8% से ग्रो कर रही है। यूरोप बिलो 3, अमेरिका बिलो 2, सारी चाइना बिलो 5। इसी स्थिति में इंडिया में 8% से इकोनॉमी ग्रो कर रही है। इट्स मीनिंग इज इंडिया का एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर ग्रो कर रहा है, सर्विस सेक्टर ग्रो कर रहा है, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर ग्रो कर रहा है, और इमर्जिंग सेक्टर फॉर एग्जांपल इन आईटी, एआई जैसे सेक्टर ग्रो कर रहा है। उसमें इंडियन यूथ को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले, उसके लिए हमने नंबर ऑफ टाइप ऑफ एफर्ट लिए हैं। स्टार्टअप इंडिया, तो यूथ को स्टार्ट करना है, सरकार उसके साथ है। कोई इंडस्ट्रीज लगाना है, सरकार उसके साथ है। रिसर्च इनोवेशन के लिए देश की सभी गवर्नमेंट की रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट को युवा के लिए ओपन कर दिया। एकेडेमिया और इंडस्ट्रीज को लिंक करी है, ताकि एजुकेशन ऐसा दिया जाए जैसे न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के तहत यूथ में स्किल एनहांसमेंट हो और देश में अपॉर्चुनिटी एनकेस हो। हमने नॉट ओनली फॉर इंडिया को देखा है बट एंटायर वर्ल्ड विच इज अपॉर्चुनिटी टू इंडियन यूथ कौन सी है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल आईटी में in the past government myself was a health minister and last 10 years myself is in union minister of India। मेरा 10 साल का अनुभव है दोस्तों। मैं 53 कंट्री गया हूं। मैंने देखा है, मैं 3-4 टाइम वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम में इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करा है। मैंने देखा है आप जिस देश के प्रवासी भारतीय हैं दोस्तों, ये देश की कई विशेषताएं हैं। यहाँ की ट्रेडिशन, यहाँ का कल्चर, यहाँ की परंपरा ऐसी है जो इंडियन दुनिया में कहाँ भी जाता है लोगों को अच्छा लगता है, उसके साथ मिल जाता है और एक चॉइस बन जाता है। दुनिया में डॉक्टर्स 1 मिलियन से अबव डॉक्टर्स दुनिया में सर्विस दे रहा है और दुनिया इंडिया के यंग डॉक्टर्स को मांगती है। नर्स, दुनिया कहती है कि हमें इंडियन नर्स चाहिए। अभी मैं जापान गया था एज ए हेल्थ मिनिस्टर। जापान की गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि मुझे इंडियन नर्स चाहिए 5,000 इमीडिएट, और वो तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट की होनी चाहिए। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमें जापानीज लैंग्वेज जाने तो अच्छा है। तो मैंने नॉर्थ ईस्ट की नर्सिंग कॉलेज में जापानीज लैंग्वेज को सिखाना चालू करा। मेरे अरुणाचल के मेघालय के ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर 60 नर्स की एक बैच लेके जापान गया, उसको वहां अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली। आज आईटी सेक्टर में दुनिया की कोई रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट में जाके देखो, 10 में से 3 रिसर्च फेलो इंडियन है। और दोस्तों ड्यूरिंग कोविड क्राइसिस माई सेल्फ वाज ए हेल्थ मिनिस्टर, मुझे पता है कई दुनिया की मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी के साथ मेरी बात होती थी, उसके सीईओ का परिचय होता था, वो इंडियन थे। जब मैं दुनिया के साथ बात करता था तो इंडिया आईटी सेक्टर में, आज आप जाओ बेंगलुरु में, दुनिया आउटसोर्स से आईटी सेक्टर में काम उससे करवाते हैं। एआई में इंडियन यूथ अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन कर रहा है। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन जैसे इमर्जिंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी सेक्टर में इंडियन यूथ अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रहा है। हम देश के युवाओं को दिशा भी दे रहे हैं, उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी भी दे रहे हैं, लीडरशिप उसमें कैसे डेवलप हो उसके लिए भी प्रयास हो रहा है। और इसलिए मैंने देखा पिछले 5 साल से मैं एक न्यू ट्रेंड देख रहा हूं। जब मैं कॉलेज में पढ़ता था तो हम विदेश जाने की सोच रखते थे कि हमें विदेश जाना है ताकि हमें अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले। ये 10 साल में ट्रेंड बदला है और मेरी एज के यूथ दुनिया में जाके पढ़े लिखे वो कहते हैं कि मुझे इंडिया में आना है, मुझे इंडिया में इंडस्ट्रीज लगाना है, मुझे इंडिया में रिसर्च करना है। बिकॉज ऑफ इंडिया में ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी है। यहाँ मिडिल क्लास बढ़ रहा है, परचेज पावर बढ़ रहा है, 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन है, विश्व का सबसे बड़ा मार्केट इंडिया है। इसलिए दुनिया के लिए इंडिया मस्ट है। और इंडिया के पास ब्रेन पावर भी है, इंडिया के पास मैन पावर भी है। इसलिए जब दुनिया इंडिया से बात करती है वर्तमान समय में, इंडिया उसके लिए प्रायोरिटी बन गया है। डेवलप्ड कंट्री को हमारे ट्रेन मैन पावर की रिक्वायरमेंट है और मार्केटिंग सप्लाई करी। 100 एबव कंट्री में इंडिया ने मुफ्त वैक्सीन सप्लाई करी। और दोस्तों उस वक्त हम चाहते तो दुनिया के पास मेडिसिन नहीं थी। माई सेल्फ वाज फार्मास्यूटिकल मिनिस्टर ऑल्सो एट दैट टाइम। दुनिया के पास मेडिसिन नहीं थी, हम चाहते तो इसकी प्राइस हाइक कर सकते थे, लेकिन ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा कि वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, दुनिया हमारा परिवार है और ये हमारी जिम्मेवारी है दुनिया को मदद करना। हाइड्रोक्सीक्लोरोक्विन, एजिथ्रोमाइसिन एंड ऑल टाइप ऑफ मेडिसिन प्राइस बिना हाइक करे दुनिया को हमने उपलब्ध कराई। दुनिया ने माना और साउथ ग्लोब ने माना कि इंडिया एक ऐसी कंट्री है जो हम क्राइसिस में होते हैं, खपत हम मुश्किल स्थिति में होते हैं, तो हमारे साथ कोई खड़े रहने वाला है, और जो खड़े रहने वाले कोई कंट्री का नाम उसके संज्ञान में आता है, उसके मन में आता है, तो ये देश का नाम भारत है, आप और मेरा देश है। इस देश के युवा विकसित भारत के लिए हम सब लोग साथ में मिलके, ये मेरा देश है। और दोस्तों, हम एक समय में, प्राचीन समय में, देखो 5000 ईयर्स एगो इंडस सिविलाइजेशन के समय में, वी वाज अ डेवलप्ड कंट्री। फिर हमें डेवलप होना है, हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इस विषय पर आप सबका साथ विचार विमर्श हो, आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन उसमें रहे। मेरा भी देश है, मेरे पुरखों का देश है, मेरे पिताजी, मेरे फादर, मेरे फोरफादर, या मेरा बर्थ इस देश की धरती पे हुआ। मैं प्रवासी भारतीय हूं। मैं मेरे देश के लिए, विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए, डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनाने के लिए अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या कर सकता हूं, ये कल्पना के साथ, ये सोच के साथ हम आदर्श डिस्कशन करके हमारी भागीदारी को साझा करें। आप सबको डिस्कशन के लिए आवकारी है। धन्यवाद।
Honorable Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed my honor and privilege to moderate this session on Beyond Borders, Diaspora Youth Leadership in a Globalized World. Our chair, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, has thoughtfully set the stage by highlighting India's priorities and achievements in engaging the diaspora, particularly the youth, who serve as vital connectors between India and the global community. Let us now dive deeper into today's discussion. This topic of Indian youth leadership and its transformative power is very close to my heart, given my own journey at Flipkart, which started when I was a 24-year-old young entrepreneur. For the first 5 years at Flipkart, more than 95% of our employees were below 35 years of age, were youth. So it was a group of hundreds of Indian youth working together in trying to build a world-class product and technology e-commerce company out of India. And post Flipkart, in the last 4 to 5 years, I spent majority of my time with young Indian entrepreneurs in helping them build their companies and grow them in India and also globally as well. So I'm really glad that the first panel of this Pravasi Bharatiya Divas is focused on youth leadership. In today's interconnected world, the Indian diaspora, especially its youth, has emerged as a dynamic force, driving innovation, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. With their unique dual identities, they are not only cultural ambassadors, but also thought leaders who can bridge nations and build partnerships. India's engagement with its diaspora youth reflects its commitment to fostering leadership, promoting cultural diplomacy, strengthening economic ties, and addressing pressing global challenges like sustainability and equity. And the diaspora youth equipped with global exposure but rooted in Indian heritage are uniquely placed to drive these objectives forward. In the economic space, the Indian youth diaspora youth contribute to remittances, cross-border investments, economic collaborations, and entrepreneurship. Many Indian youth in the diaspora have started great companies like Perplexity, Instacart, Nutanix. They've even turned around companies like American companies like Newsweek, like we just saw in the opening session. On the cultural side, they serve as cultural ambassadors through art festivals and cuisine. Events like Diwali on Trafalgar Square highlight their cultural contributions. They also actively engage in social justice causes, mental health awareness, climate activism, They use technology and social media to amplify their voices. And now we are seeing increasing involvement in policy making and political positions. We have two politicians on this panel representing the same. So in this session, we will explore the remarkable contributions of the Indian diaspora youth from across the world in these areas through the stories of our 6 panelists. And we'll also examine the barriers they face, how India can support and empower them to achieve an even greater impact, and how we can link it all to Prime Minister Modi's vision of a Viksit Bharat. So I'm joined by 6 exceptional leaders who are already introduced, who come with very different backgrounds and very different countries. And I would like to break this session into 2 parts. In the first session, I would want each of the panelists to talk about their impact journey and their leadership journey, and take 4 to 5 minutes. We are short on time, only please. And in the second half of the session, I'd like to open it up in a conversation that we can have on Viksit Bharat and how they can contribute to the Viksit Bharat vision, what can the government do and other institutions do to enable them and enable the other youth in their countries, Indian diaspora youth in their countries, to forward this vision of Viksit Bharat. Thank you. Maybe we start with Mr. Prabhakaran.
Thank you, Mr. Bini, moderator, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, for giving us this opportunity to come in as a panelist and speak to the diaspora. And I agree, and feel free to stop me anywhere and add points, my dear panelists, like how we discussed yesterday. And my name is Prabhakaran. I'm a member of parliament from Malaysia. This is my 2nd term as a member of parliament. And this opportunity for me to share about how I encourage the youth in my country, especially the Malaysian, and specifically the Indians in Malaysia, is where the opportunity must be given to the youth, upcoming youth. I feel it's something special about Malaysia because when I was 22 years old, I became a member of parliament. There is a record in my country, but I didn't do research for the global age group. But now I'm 28. I was recently appointed as a chairman of a particular agency which takes care of the underprivileged Indians in Malaysia, which made, we made many transformational changes, policy changes to the underprivileged Indian communities in Malaysia. And for the youth especially, when being a leader, it's not only about how you lead, it's also how you engage to show yourself that you are also a normal person in the community. And me being the 4th generation in Malaysia, my ancestors were brought from Tamil Nadu to fix railway tracks, and my grandparents, both of my grandparents were working under railway as engineers, and how I and my father escaped that route and become, my father does business, real estate, and unfortunately I end up in politics. Anyways, that was a joke. Anyways, it's very interesting, and the recent visit with Anwar Ibrahim, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, to engage the Prime Minister Modi has opened up many opportunities, especially for Malaysia and India relationship. And me hearing the Excellency's speech just now, how they put youth as the frontliners for the vision of 2047, Viksit Bharat, is really admirable. And I hope in 2047, you still see me as a youth, although I'll be crossing my 50, but I wish all the best for the youth, diaspora, and the India government to make sure the vision and the mission to achieve Viksit Bharat will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhakaran. Next, we move on to Ishani Chandelier. Ishani.
Thank you, Vinny. Before I share a little bit about myself, I think I have to extend my warm regards and gratefulness to the Consul General of India in Hong Kong, Ms. Satwan Kanalia ji, and the Ministry of External Affairs, the State Government of Odisha, Mansukh Mandavia ji, and the fellow panelists here. It's been an absolute honor and pleasure to be a part of this panel. Hi everybody, my name is Ishani, and I'm a very proud Indian Assamese who lives in Hong Kong. I am a technologist by profession, but an art lover. I love traveling, history travel, and sharing my yoga experience with people in Hong Kong. A part of my mission through yoga is to make yoga accessible to the underprivileged sections of the society. For example, the ethnic minorities in Hong Kong, making it a part of their life and giving that strength, empowering them through yoga is one of my missions. And through this mission, I traveled to a couple of countries to learn more about, do my workshops, but also share and learn more about the history and the impact that India had on Southeast Asia. Bujang Valley, which is located in Malaysia, is one of the first civilizations of Southeast Asia, if you know. And that itself shares so much connections that India has with Southeast Asia and so much to explore. So that's something that I do on whenever I have capacity to travel. And that's a little bit about me, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishani. Next, we hear from Mr. Don McLean Gill from Philippines.
Thank you very much, sir. And of course, I'd like to extend my greatest and best wishes to the Honorable Minister of Youth to having this great opportunity to be here. The Government of India, of course, for giving me the opportunity to be amongst you all in my beloved motherland, my beloved Bharat. Being a Filipino of Indian origin, I found it to be a necessary passion, a necessary objective to interlink both nations in their respective capacities. So just to provide a little context as to what I do and the areas in which I work in towards the major theme of this discussion, I wear a couple of hats in the Philippines. First and foremost, as a university lecturer, I specialize in Philippine foreign policy and Indian foreign policy in Southeast Asia. Now, what I have to first of all say is that through the proactive policy and foreign policy and leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and the Modi government for spearheading a vision of India towards the world, Vasudev Kutumbakam, for instance, and of course that proactive drive to be the voice of the global South, this has led to a lot and a significant percentage of appetite across the world towards engaging deeper with India. Now, being a proud member of the Indian diaspora, being of Indian origin, first and foremost, the work that I do centers on bringing India towards the youth in the Philippines. Being in the field of international relations and being in the area such as the Philippines, we clearly see that there has been a polarization of understanding of which countries the Philippines aligns with, the youth, the pop culture of Filipinos, young Filipinos, understanding their perspective towards Western culture, East Asian culture. That has been the traditional norm. But I'm very happy to say that today, the youth in the Philippines have become largely inclined and more enthusiastic towards appreciating and understanding India more. This is in fact very significant being born and raised in the Philippines and seeing that momentum grow firsthand is something that I continue to consider as a major blessing. Now, when I initially started my venture in the academe, students across the country were very much limited in their understanding of a rising great power, and that is India. Very limited understanding. But along with the advancements that are taking place here within in India, the Philippines and the Filipinos have become more inclined to look at India as a model of growth, as a model for transition and a model for progress. And in this regard, being able to introduce India to the Philippines through the academe is somewhat of a major blessing that I consider to be myself highly privileged to have the opportunity of doing. Now, in the area of maritime security and security cooperation as a whole, if you look into the academe and the policy centers, today there is much enthusiasm again in looking at India as a reliable and trusted partner. And I would like to happily state and inform you all that universities across the country are becoming more and more interested in increasing their outputs in research about India. And that in itself is a major development that I have seen in the past few decades alone. The bilateral relationship through the Act East policy has grown considerably since 2016. I come from the era of defense and security, and we could definitely see that the Philippines looks at India as a trusted partner, a privilege and a position that was not there 2 or 3 decades ago. And in this point in time, I am also honored to have had the opportunity and to have the opportunity to engage with the defense and foreign policy establishment of the Philippines. Our current government under President Marcos Jr. has been highly collaborative with academics and scholars such as myself. And a recurring issue is how can the Philippines work more with India? And in terms of tourism, for instance, the politicians and the policymakers of the Philippines recognize that India is in fact a country. Indians are a necessity, a necessary partner for Filipinos to work with. You talk about the cuisine, you talk about understanding of values. This has been highly convergent. But what was needed was a spark. Something to light everything up and to channelize that momentum. And this is what we are seeing today. So from my personal perspective, I am happy to report to every one of you all that in the Philippines, the appetite for having a more robust partnership with India at the government level and at the people-to-people level is at an all-time high. And that in itself is something that I consider to be a major development. And through my little contributions in my field, I could clearly see that the change is evolving towards the betterment of an understanding of a rising India, an India that is a visionary voice of the global South. And to that, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. We'll now hear from Ms. Revati Pillai, who's come all the way from South Africa.
Thank you. Namaste to the Honorable Minister, dignitaries, guests. Namaskar to the people of Odisha, Jai Jagannath. And Sani Bona to my people of South Africa watching back home. My name is Revati Pillai, and I'm an IT business analyst by profession. I'm also a radio personality and a youth ambassador in my country, and of recent, the CEO and founder of the non-profit organization called Care for Africa. Before I go on, I must say a big thank you to the Consulate General of India in South Africa and the government of India for giving me this opportunity. In South Africa, we have around 1.6 million Indians living in South Africa, and to be chosen to sit here today is an absolute honor, and I thank you for that. So a little bit about myself. Many years ago, I was just doing my 9-to-5 job, and I wanted to do more. And as you know, Gandhiji lived in South Africa for 21 years, making a difference to the lives of Indians in South Africa. So if he could do something as great as that and work with his colleagues to give us South African Indians a chance to have the freedom, and also being very inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister of India's story, his journey to where he is today, I myself wanted to make a difference. So I sat, after reading a very religious scripture, I decided that I'm going to do something for the youth of South Africa, specifically for the Indian kids and youngsters, youth of South Africa. So I started with a radio show where I was talking to a few hundred kids. I then started to move forward to various other communities where I started talking to a few thousands of kids of Indian diaspora. And I wanted to continue my journey. Therefore, I opened and founded the non-profit organization called Care for Africa, because today I'm able to help youth in South Africa as a whole, and in time to come, we will look at the continent Africa. So my dream is to ensure that the youth out there in my country are able to make a difference, because I believe every single youngster out there has the potential to make a difference, to be their best version. And we take a lot of inspiration from the youth of India, because we admire their field in technology and everything that they are striving for. So I want the youngsters in South Africa to make a mark, just like how the Indians here, the youth, are making their mark. And that is my vision, that is my goal, and that is my dream, to ensure that the youth in South Africa are driven with motivation, are encouraged to be their best version, and I will continue to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Revati. We now move on to Mr. Muhyiddin Muhammad Ali from Oman.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister for his wonderful words, and also share that it's a real privilege and honor to be in front of all of you with my fellow panelists as well. I would like to share a little bit about myself. I'm a second-generation entrepreneur from Oman. And I can't tell my story without telling the story of my father. My father left India 55 years ago in search of a better economic opportunity, to find prosperity. And that journey took him to Mizoram, a few hundred kilometers away, and it took him to the shores of the Gulf in Oman. And over those 55 years, through hard work and determination and the blessings of the Almighty, we have been blessed to be part of the nation-building process in infrastructure, in education, in hospitality. And today, we have come full circle where we see India is the largest opportunity in front of us. And we have the capacity and the capability to really go after that opportunity. Now, we are privileged to have that basic needs met from nutrition and education and health. So how do we make the most of all of that to do justice to that opportunity? What I see, as the Honorable Minister had shared as well, the brain power is here, the manpower is here, and capital will follow where capability meets opportunity. I'll repeat that again. Capital will follow where capability meets opportunity. And there is an abundance of capability and opportunity over here. When the opportunity is big enough, there's some magic that can happen. There's innovation that can happen. We've seen it with our moderator, Benny, as well. He's done that in the IT space. And what I'm excited about is what is the kind of innovation that can happen in infrastructure, in construction, in education, in hospitality. So I'm excited and really happy to be a part of the future of making Viksit Bharat a reality. I'd also like to share from Oman, our proximity to India meant that we were always connected to our homeland, culturally, by language, by people, by the food, even our clothing. In Oman, we wear the musar, and the best musar comes from Kashmir. And under our dashdasha, we wear a wizar. Where does that come from? That comes from South India, from Kerala, from my hometown. So even the geography of India is mapped in our clothing. So it's a natural and beautiful and exciting relationship that I hope to continue to build. This has been a relationship that has spanned centuries, and we've talked about trade. And we always hear about the historical connections. And in the 70s, there was more of a cost arbitrage or access to manpower and people and labor. But that's changing. And today, the opportunity is in India, and that's what I'm really excited about and looking forward to discussing with my fellow panelists as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. We saved the best for the last. We'll now hear from Mikala Pandey. She comes all the way from Trinidad and Tobago.
Namaste. Thank you, moderator, Honorable Minister. Good day, everybody. My name is Michaela Pandey, and I come from Trinidad and Tobago, all the other way. I think I've been flying since last week, Tuesday. But I got here safely, and I want to thank the Indian government for the opportunity to be here to discuss with these wonderful fellow panelists. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm an attorney at law. I am also the political leader of a political party called the Patriotic Front. I follow in the steps of my father, the Honorable Basdev Pandey, who was the former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, thank you. In fact, 20 years ago, he was here at this conference, and he was receiving the Summer Award. Sadly, he passed last year, so it is both happy and emotional to be here, but I'm very, very proud to have been given the opportunity. When my father became the first Indian Prime Minister in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a cosmopolitan country. What had happened was Indian people felt empowered, and not in a negative way, but in a positive way, to be proud of their food, of their culture, of their religion. They didn't feel the need to hide it. We were able to get Indian radio stations so that we can listen to Indian music. Not at the detriment of any other race, but it brought a sense of equality and non-discrimination that we had been facing as Indians in the past. So, as his daughter, I don't think that you can inherit legacy. I think what you can do is carry it on. And therefore, it is my duty as a political leader and as a lawyer to do my best to carry on his legacy while building my own, forging relationships with the government of India, of course, and to do the best I can for my country and all of its people. My duty, my aim, my vision is very much like my father's, which is really to unite our country, and everybody's invited to come. We're only 1.4 million people. We can accommodate you. You're all welcome to come. Right now, the Indo-Trinidadian population is in the majority, perhaps about 53%. But we live in harmony. Indian people of different religions. We have Muslims, Christians, Hindus, but we all live in harmony. It's a beautiful place, and I look forward to having discussions with my fellow panelists and learning from them as well. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michaela. Now let's make this interesting. We have the Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs here. We have, I think, a big delegation from the External Ministry also in the audience. And I think now I'd like to open up this discussion with you guys and have you talk about how, what support do you guys need from the government? How can the government help in this align your vision and your work with this vision of Viksit Bharat that has been set forward by Prime Minister Modi. So maybe I'll start with Mr. Ali. So you've been doing business already in India, and when we were talking earlier, you were saying that India looks to be the biggest market opportunity for you going forward, and you're also involved in a lot of initiatives of increasing collaboration between businesses between Oman and India. So tell us a little more about all of that and how you see some of your work contributing to Viksit Bharat, and also how can we enable more people in your part of the world to do the same.
Thank you, Benny. I'll try to answer that by sharing the larger trends of people movement between the two regions. So, as I mentioned earlier, from the 70s when the Gulf was developing with the discovery of oil and the need to really start the nation-building process with infrastructure and healthcare and all of that, there was a lot of people that were coming from India, and especially from the south of India as well, to partner in that building process. So it was the proximity, the cost of labor, of manpower, of brain power, the experience as well, and also the fact at the time, economically, India was not as conducive to business at the time. So people were looking for better opportunities. Now, in the last 5 decades, each of those nations have developed a fair amount of their infrastructure. We see there's also a movement back of people back to India, where there's a need for creating employment in their own nations as well. I see this as an opportunity. They have the most important part in building the Viksit Bharat is first building the capability. And that capacity has been built with the experience from all across the diaspora, all across where you have the latest technology and infrastructure being built. That all that know-how and brain power is coming back to apply to the opportunities over here. At the larger scale, that is what it is, but I think technology has been the biggest democratizer of knowledge. Today, you don't need to go to a college or go to an institute to pick up skills. You have it, you have it at the palm of your hand. You can. The key is to know what skill you want to learn. What is it that you want to learn? So once that clarity is there, this is a message to the youth, know what you're looking for first. Once you know that, you will be guided, the knowledge is out there. Your journey for learning is easier than it was a few decades ago. So the opportunities are there. the knowledge is available. Have that discipline, the courage, and keep that collaborative and open mindset that there will be people to help you along the way, and that opportunities are there for you, waiting for you. Maybe if you take too long, it might not be there because someone else is in a bit of a hurry. So have that sense of urgency, have that discipline, and seek that journey of learning, lifelong learning.
I think I will add on to panelists. It's very interesting when it comes to Viksit Bharat, because like how in Malaysia we had a vision 2020. We were almost there, but unfortunately 2020 was also during the COVID, and we had a great impact, not only we, the whole world. And it's quite a struggle after the COVID pandemic, and now we are getting there. But looking at the vision of 2047 Viksit Bharat, it's really good how they really empower the youth community, especially. By empowering the youth in all sectors and scope, they're indirectly building the nation. The nation building process begins from there. And when we had a visit last year, many months back, with the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim, we sat down with the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji. We discussed many exchange opportunities, and there were many opportunities, but one of it really made me really excited was the education part. Because the exchange of education, thanks to the Indian government, they've given us many scholarships for the Malaysian students to come here and study. With that kind of exchange policies, we really can have proper ideas, exchange of policies, technologies, digital platforms, and we create these opportunities so that the young people out there can use this, grab this opportunity, and to change this into nation building policies. I feel that way is much more better than we calling the young people out there to come and join us. Because I still remember during my campaign, I always say that the young people are not the leaders of the future, but they are the leaders of the day, today. And by creating the leaders of today, it should be sustainable enough so that the leaders of today can be the leaders of the future. And India, being young nation with the age of, average age 29, I'm also 29, and I'm really, really happy that India have chosen this path. And we as a Malaysian, the government of Malaysia, will definitely encourage our country as well by looking at the Visit Bharat policies. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I can bring in Michaela on this topic as well. Given you play a similar role in your country, how do you see the collaboration opportunities between Trinidad and Tobago and India?
Traditionally, what has happened is when you're on the other side of the world, you almost look at as if it is too far. But of course, with technology, nothing is too far. Won't you agree with me, sisters? Nothing is too far. So absolutely, I think Trinidad is a growing and developing country. Our vision for our country is for it to achieve its fullest potential. And to do that, we cannot operate in isolation. And therefore, collaboration within the diaspora and of course with India would be very, very beneficial. And the beautiful thing about it is that to go back to my father, before he got into politics, he actually got a scholarship to come to India. and didn't take up the scholarship and got involved in politics. I think one of the ways that we could definitely, again, coming back into politics, is that we must be able to engage with each other and have exchange programs, even though we are quite far away. We have so much in common. And one of the things I was thinking about, it would be so good to have a political diaspora, political leadership academy. That's just, sort of idea where, offer training to diaspora youth to enter into politics. By the host country can do something like that. So yes, in many ways possible, Excellency.
Thank you. Revati, what's your thoughts on this topic?
I have lots to think about here. But I think just to take you a step back, many of my fellow panelists will know that I'm the 6th generation in South Africa. So the reason why I'm saying this is, okay, so in 1860, as you know, Indians left India and they came to South Africa. And they came in as slaves, they worked on the sugarcane fields, and they worked for the British there and as slaves. Now the reason why I'm saying this is because on that very land that our forefathers, my forefathers that hailed from Kanchipuram, Tamil Nadu, who worked very hard on that sugarcane fields, Care for Africa, as the founder and CEO, I would like to actually create a skills development center on that very same soil that my forefathers worked very hard, put their blood, sweat, and tears on, is because one of the things that our forefathers, when they came to South Africa, was they wanted an education for their children. They built schools in South Africa, in Natal. They built places of worship to make sure that the youth don't forget their culture, their religion. They made sure that their kids do not go through the same struggles that they went through. Now, like I said, with 21 years of Gandhiji being there, and it gives me pleasure because it's on the eve, as tomorrow marks the 110th year that Gandhiji left South Africa to come to India after making a difference and giving us the freedom to be able to say, I'm proudly South African Indian. Now, with saying that, and the reason why I gave you that background was because I would like to ask the government of India for support. I would like to open that center in an area called Mount Edgecombe, which is in the north of Natal, and that is exactly where our forefathers were working. I would like to open a center, and my vision for that center is to have a robotics section, is to have an IT AI section, to have career development, to have mentorship, and many other areas, because there are many young kids out there in South Africa of Indian diaspora that parents cannot afford for education. Unfortunately, degrees are not affordable for every youngster in my country. So the purpose is for every youngster to attend that center and leave with some sort of certification, some sort of skill. So when they leave to go into the outside world, they'll be able to get a place of employment. Because right now, the youth unemployment rate is slightly high in South Africa. So to be able to help them, my request to the Indian government is the fact that India, when you talk about India, when you talk about their AI, their technology, you actually, I am very proud to say they are the leaders. And so I'm asking for help with the robotics section, with the AI, for mentoring as well. And coming from a radio background, something that I actually thought about now, but I will definitely speak about it, is that center will also have a room for online radio. We'll call it the Care Channel. And globally, youth will be able to communicate via that radio channel and talk about different things that youngsters who don't really have much knowledge on can learn from experts when they talk about, like the panelists that I have here that are quite, experts in their field. If we can just share that knowledge, because I personally believe, and we always talk about the saying in South Africa is, don't catch the fish for the person. Teach the person how to catch the fish. Don't
give the person or don't give the youth, as long as you continue to give the youth resources, they'll never learn how to fend for themselves. So I want to give them a skill so they are able to fend for themselves. So that is my request, is to be able to get support from the government of India to create that center for 2025, as that is our vision back home.
Thanks, Revati. You can definitely count my support in for your center. Ishani, let's move on to you. So, from your perspective as a technologist and a social entrepreneur, how can India better engage with and support diaspora youth who are driving social change like you are in diverse fields? Are there any specific initiatives such as cross-cultural exchange programs or funding opportunities that would be particularly impactful?
Thanks, Vinny. I think there are a lot of opportunities here, but one thing that I would like to first start off with is to just, for everybody on an individual level, to reflect back on one's perspective and identity and have confidence in the identity that they have. And that gives you the confidence to face the world, whatever challenges it is. So once I looked through my history and when I got the confidence to share about my history, there are a lot of initiatives and there are a lot of opportunities, I think, especially in Hong Kong with the Consulate General, to share the different cultures. And one example for this is last year, we celebrated for the first time Borgit and Hotriya recital in Hong Kong, which happened for the first time. And these are traditional Assamese dance and music. And with that, throughout that whole program, we also curated booklets like this, which kind of was shared with the audience about the dance forms and about the music and stuff like that. And this was with the support of the Consulate General. So when we have ideas, giving people the support to build on the ideas, I think is a key to really pushing for a Viksit Bharat.
Yeah, Revati, you want to come in?
Yes, sorry. I think in addition to that, I'd forgotten to mention that, when you go and stay in another country that's quite westernized, it's very difficult to keep your culture intact. It's very difficult to pass on the traditions of culture, religion, and where you come from. Hence, the youth of South Africa, of Indian diaspora, really do struggle at times to keep that culture alive, whether learning the language, learning why we do certain traditions, whether it's a wedding, whether it's the last rites of their loved ones. So the other request is, how do we work together with South Africa and India, we are able to keep that culture alive? And that is my other request. We need to ensure that in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, the Indians in South Africa are aware of why do they perform a certain prayer, why do they do certain things and the right things when they perform a marriage, for that matter. They need to continue to keep their culture alive. So that's my other request, is how to make sure it does not get diluted any further. Thank you.
Don, you want to add?
But just one thing, moderator. Diluting isn't always, I don't think it's diluting. I think you can add to it to make it something bigger.
I agree.
And sort of better, because in Trinidad and Tobago, I'll tell you something, we have something called doubles. We invented that. And it's two bara and chana inside. We have chicken roti, Guyanese people say chicken roti, curry chicken, curry chicken, and they change up the words. But that's like our national dish. But because we are so cosmopolitan, and we have people of African descent, we've got Chinese people there, Syrian people there, we've been able in Trinidad and Tobago to almost make it a mixing pot and create our own thing. And it's been very beneficial because it's made people feel very patriotic, not only about their country, but still have a link
to the home country.
No, definitely. I think it gives you, I think what you're saying is definitely right, because it allows South African Indians, for example, to have that flavor and that mark, trademark. But what I'm talking about is there are many youth out there in South Africa that need to understand the purpose of the Mangal Sutra. They need to understand about their prayer. They need to understand why it's important for Kanyadan. They need to understand the importance of why it's so important for their son, to have a son to do their last rites. Culture in that aspect should never be diluted. Hence, I say that we definitely need support.
And I say one thing, sorry for interrupting, because I see my friend Don there. When my father passed away last year, almost a week to the date, I did his rites. And proudly so as a woman as well. So, I think it's important to always strike a sort of balance, and so that, because patriotism is also very important.
Yeah, you have to strike the right balance. Well said, Nicola. Don?
Thank you, thank you. This is a very rich discussion, and I'd just like to add on quickly about it. When we talk about the Indian diaspora in the Philippines, now we have to understand that we are an archipelago in Southeast Asia. And compared to other foreign communities in the country, the Indian diaspora is not as large, relatively speaking. It's over 20,000. But despite that, the Indian community in the Philippines has been front and center in taking part in humanitarian assistance in the country throughout history. Now, this is an important thing that we must take note of. No community comes close to the nature in which the Indian community, during times of crisis in the Philippines. Now, we are a disaster-prone area. Typhoons especially is a major concern in the Philippines. And more recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. And you look into whatever the natural disaster that occurs within the country, first and foremost, the Indian community connect and get themselves together to help in every capacity that they can. And that has left a very positive mark for the Filipino people towards the Indian community. And I think that at this point in time, when diaspora politics in the field of international politics considers to be an element of weaponization, I can proudly say that the Indian diaspora continues to be the most favorable diaspora across the world. And I could say that with great pride and great confidence. Honestly speaking, even within Southeast Asia, as a Filipino of Indian origin, I could see that based on the statistics, based on public opinion. Now, on top of that, what we also need to understand here is that the perception towards Indians in the Philippines is also very positive, to the point that now under the current legislation, as I have mentioned earlier, I also take part actively in the foreign policy and defense planning in consultations in the country. And one of the major issues here, one of the major potential here is the Philippines wants to leverage Indians and to enhance people-to-people ties. So how do we do that? Well, the Philippines is now opening up visa on arrival, e-visas. They're trying to explore that. Initially speaking, and the initial target was China, because China has a huge population, etc. But then majority of policymakers said recently, hold on. Why aren't we looking at India? First of all, India is our friend. India has no axe to grind in the region, and third, India is a much-needed stabilizer in the region. So I'm very happy to also inform you that policymakers are also looking towards people-to-people connections. And the awareness of the youth, particularly, towards India's growth is phenomenal. Last year, we had the 10th anniversary of the Act East policy under Prime Minister Modi ji. Now, we have to, and I'm happy to let you all know that this is the first time that I have given so many lectures towards so many universities in the country, informing them about the significance of the Act East. But it was not just me saying that I want to talk about it. This was coming from Philippine Philippine universities telling that we want to know more about Act East. So that in itself is a huge development. Now, where can the government work together with the Philippines? That goes to the last point that I'd like to make. The answer is connectivity. Now, we have a vast number of Indians, tourists especially, going back and forth, India to Philippines. And, throughout the past few years, I was telling our Indian ambassador to the Philippines, Ambassador Janji, and previously Ambassador Shambhu Kumaranji, who is now in Austria. And I've also been telling this to, the Philippine ambassador to India, Ambassador Ignacio. All wonderful people, all wonderful representatives. And I was saying that whenever I take flights, last year I was in India for at least 6 times for academic and engagements. And I see that the number of Filipinos going along with me to plane rides towards India have been increasing as well. So there is that awareness, there is that momentum, there is that interest. And in my conversation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the idea here was we hope to have a connecting flight, a direct connecting flight between Manila and Delhi. And I do hope that with the joint effort of the Philippine government and the Indian government, that this plan would eventually materialize this year. And I think that this is a major step to enhancing that momentum that is already present here today. And I'm very happy to let you all know this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. Before I bring this panel to an end, I'd like to give the panelists one more opportunity if somebody has anything to add. Ali?
So Oman and India had recently been working on a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, a CEPA, and we look at that very optimistically and positively. And furthermore, there's the Indo-Gulf European Economic Corridor, I believe. I may have gotten the words wrong, but these are all excellent initiatives at the highest levels of government. What I would like to see more, and what I hope to do in my role as the president of the Oman chapter of INMAC, is to build the connectivity, people-to-people connectivity, technology to markets, and capital to ideas at the lower level, maybe the ones that don't make the headlines, at the small and medium enterprises. If there's a technology that's being developed over here that has a market in the Gulf, I would love for a platform to create that platform for them to access that opportunity. So my request from the government is just helping not just at the higher levels, but at the SME and the lower levels as well. Yeah, thank you.
I would like to.
One of the things that's very important, especially for a country like ours in Trinidad and Tobago, is being able to feed itself. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have oil and gas, and we don't know how much left, but we've not diversified our economy, and that has worked towards our detriment. We haven't done it, whether it is in tourism, medical tourism, sports tourism, manufacturing, anything like that. But for us, I believe a country must be able to feed itself. We see when other countries are going through war, how food prices can shoot up. And that is one of the biggest problems that we're having in Trinidad now. A lot of people are struggling to be able to eat. Yet we have extremely fertile land that if you throw any seeds, it grows in our country. So I would love to see some kind of collaboration with India in terms of agriculture and modernized agricultural practices, and almost for us to work together to break the stereotype that we have inherited, that if you're in agriculture, it comes from indentured laborship or slavery. Because it doesn't have to be like that. And I think we need to break that culture there, and also to get the expertise that we need. And then from being able to feed ourselves, we can move on to feeding the Caribbean and exporting. And it helps so many things trickle up and down for our economy. So that would definitely help us in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah. Well said.
Thank you. I would also like to wish again, thank you to the government of India for giving me this opportunity. I'm very honored to be here. You see, being a diaspora in Malaysia, I'm the fourth generation, like I said just now. The majority of us in Malaysia are the Tamils from Tamil Nadu. And remembering the stories from my elders, where the Indians in Malaysia were started from the estates, the rubber tappers, the railway track, the engineers who were struggling to come up in life, although the laws and the constitution is being fair to everyone. But of course, we being the minority in Malaysia, we had quite a struggle. And how successful we are now, we cannot say we are very successful, but we are doing all our best as a diaspora. We are working together in the diversity of Malaysia, where there's multiracial, the Malays, the Chinese, the Sabahan, the Sarawakian, the Ibans and all. And being said, me being the first Indian MP in Kuala Lumpur, set an example for the young Indian diasporas in Malaysia to be successful and come up in life, whether it is in politics or economy, education or more things. And of course, the relationship between Malaysia and India has improved tremendously with the recent visit. And we also decided to give visa-free to go to India, and India also has done the same thing. And the numbers of tourists to Malaysia has increased dramatically, which indirectly improves our economy. And I really appreciate the platform given today and sharing these things to the diaspora. And I already had many invitations to go to Africa, and one of it was another country. And I can't wait to go and visit the other countries' diaspora and share my thoughts and exchange policies with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like now for the Honorable Minister to share some concluding remarks. So you heard all the panelists and heard their leadership stories and what they feel about Viksit Bharat.
डेढ़ घंटे के हमारे पैनल डिस्कशन में मैं मेरे पैनलिस्ट को अभिनंदन देना चाहूंगा। बहुत अच्छा डिस्कशन करा। हम कैसे हमारे कोलैबोरेशन बढ़ा सकते हैं वाया यूथ कंट्री टू कंट्री, एंड उसमें युवाओं की क्या भूमिका हो सकती है, कौन से सेक्टर हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है, उसमें से खास करके सभी ने कॉमन विषय कहा है, टूरिज्म अपॉर्चुनिटी, कल्चरल, टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सचेंज, स्किल एक्सचेंज, इनोवेशन आइडियाज एक्सचेंज, एग्रीकल्चर knowledge exchange. This type of opportunity helpful to us between collaboration between both country to country and youth also. इस टाइप की अपॉर्चुनिटी हम एनकेज करके दुनिया में युवाओं की भागीदारी को कैसे सुनिश्चित करें, और वर्तमान समय में युवाओं की क्या डिमांड है, युवा क्या चाहता है, और उसको सही गाइडेंस मिले, सही दिशा मिले, मैं मानता हूं कि बहुत आवश्यक होता है। मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल शेयर करना चाहूंगा। कई बार हम गोल तो सेट करते हैं, हमने तय करा कि मैं 2047 में जब देश आजादी का शताब्दी वर्ष मनाता हो तो हमें डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना है। लेकिन एक गोल केवल तय करने से फायदा नहीं होगा, उसके लिए रोड मैप बनना चाहिए। तो रोड मैप हमें कैसे बनाना चाहिए? एक ग्लोबलाइजेशन का समय है, कंट्री टू कंट्री कनेक्ट है, यूथ टू यूथ कनेक्ट है। आज सोशल मीडिया, प्रिंट मीडिया, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया और एआई, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। इस सबको देखते हुए हमें गोल तय करना चाहिए और एक गोल को अचीव करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। और इसलिए मोदी जी ने, मैं आपको दो विषय का कंपैरिजन करना चाहता हूं। अभी मोदी जी ने 2047 में विकसित भारत डेवलप कंट्री का गोल रखा। बिफोर 25 years ago, ऑनरेबल राजीव गांधी वाज द प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया। उन्होंने उस वक्त 21st सेंचुरी की बात कही थी। वर्तमान समय में उसको एनालाइज करें तो इट्स वन टाइप ऑफ डेवलप्ड कंट्री। उन्होंने भी यही बात करी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने नारा दिया, बहुत भाषण भी दिया था, लेकिन हम उस दिशा में आगे नहीं बढ़ सके थे। क्यों? इसलिए नहीं आगे बढ़ सके थे कि केवल गोल तय करा। मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे समझाना चाहूंगा कि आप भुवनेश्वर आए हैं, आपको प्लेन से दिल्ली जाना है। प्लेन से दिल्ली जाना है तो पहले टिकट लेना पड़ेगा। टिकट लेने के बाद आपको टाइम पे एयरपोर्ट पर पहुंचना पड़ेगा, टाइम पर बोर्डिंग करना पड़ेगा और बाद में प्लेन उड़ेगा। अभी बोर्डिंग टाइम आप चूक गए और फिर एयरपोर्ट पर पहुंचे तो प्लेन तो चला जाएगा। 21st सेंचुरी तो आ गई, लेकिन हम एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं पहुंच पाए थे क्योंकि हमने पाथवे तय नहीं करा था। मोदी जी ने जब देश की आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव 2023 में रेड फोर्ट से भाषण देते हुए कहा कि वी वांट टू डेवलप कंट्री, बट व्हाट इज अवर पाथवे। तो मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम 5 संकल्प करते हैं, 5 डिसीजन करते हैं, नॉट ओनली फॉर गवर्नमेंट, नॉट ओनली फॉर प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स डिसाइड, बट ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज अनाउंस दैट हम 5 प्रण, 5 संकल्प करके 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन एक साथ में आगे बढ़ेंगे। उन्होंने कहा, फर्स्ट बात कही कि हम डेवलप कंट्री बनाएंगे। दूसरी बात कही, डेवलप कंट्री बनना है, लेकिन हम सालों तक, कभी इंडिया पर उन्होंने शासन करा, कभी शकों ने शासन करा, कभी आक्रांताओं ने शासन करा, 240 साल तक अंग्रेजों ने शासन करा। तो ये इतनी बड़ी 2000 साल की हमारी परतंत्रता है, तो एक गुलामी के प्रतीक है हमारे देश। एक गुलामी के प्रतीक को हम भुलाएंगे और नया इतिहास बनाएंगे। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, last 15 years myself of member of parliament, but we are sitting in parliament house built by English government. But now today we are sitting of new parliament built by Indian engineer, Indian architecture and Indian labor. Our president is sitting in Rashtrapati Bhavan. And 26 जनवरी राजपथ पर परेड होती है, जिसमें देश की ताकत को दिखाई जाती है। उसको राजपथ कहते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि इंडिया इज ए डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री। डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री में कोई राजा नहीं होता, तो राजपथ की आवश्यकता नहीं है। प्रेसिडेंट सिटिंग एंड लेइंग इन राष्ट्रपति भवन मीन्स वहां वो अपनी ड्यूटी को अदा कर रहे हैं, अपना कर्तव्य का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं। दिस वे न्यू नेम्स इज कर्तव्य पथ। अभी वो राजपथ नहीं है, वो कर्तव्य पथ है। तो गुलामी के प्रतीकों को भुला देंगे। तीसरा संकल्प लेने के लिए मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम विरासत से प्रेरणा लेंगे। विरासत हमें दिशा भी देती है, हमें दर्शन भी देता है। क्यों यहाँ है? Some young leaders say that my forefather, my 5th generation, my 4th generation अफ्रीका गए थे, फिलीपाइंस गए थे, सब लोगों ने बताया। लेकिन 4th, 5th सभी जनरेशन टू जनरेशन कहा कि आप ओरिजिन इंडियन है, आप ओरिजिन इंडियन है, आपके फोर फादर इंडिया में रहते थे, इसलिए इंडिया भी आपका देश है। तो उसके साथ भी आपका जुड़ाव होना चाहिए। तब जाके हमारे पांड्या जी बता रही थी कैसे वो ट्रैवल करके यहाँ आई। तो उसको किसने प्रेरणा दी? उसको इसने प्रेरणा दी कि ये मेरे फोर फादर के नेटिव है, हम इंडियन डायस्पोरा है, हमें इंडिया जाना है, उसको प्रेरणा मिली। विरासत से प्रेरणा लेके आगे बढ़ेंगे। ये देश में बहुत बड़ी विरासत है। आपको कभी यहां बैठे उसके लिए भी, आपको भी कभी किसी को अवसर मिले तो एक बार गुजरात में इंडस सिविलाइजेशन का एक सारा नगर मिला है, टाउन मिला है, इट्स नेम इज धोलावीरा। इट्स ए हड़प्पन सिविलाइजेशन साइट। आप वहां जाके देखेंगे, देखो 5000 years ago we was civilized society। समय में वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग कैसे करा था आप देखें तो आपको आश्चर्य होगा। सिटी प्लानिंग, सारा नगर मिला हुआ है, सिटी प्लानिंग कैसा होता था। आज वहां के सिटी प्लानिंग देखो, ट्रामा वाटर देखो, आपको आश्चर्यचकित आप आश्चर्यचकित होंगे कि हम इतने सिविलाइज्ड थे इस जमाने में। और वहां टाउन है, धोलावीरा टाउन है, 5000 साल पुराना, मिला हुआ है, एक्वेशन से मिला। उसके बाउंड्री पर एक फोर्ट है। वर्तमान समय में हम कहते हैं कि लाइमस्टोन को 600 सेंटीग्रेड हीट ट्रीटमेंट करके थोड़ी सी फ्लाई शेड करे और उसको ग्राइंडिंग कर दे तो सीमेंट बन जाती है, और सीमेंट की आयुष्य 100 years होती है, वैसा हम कहते हैं। 5000 साल पहले एक फोर्ट की बाउंड्री पर मड से प्लास्टर करा है। नाउ एंड टुडे इट्स प्रेजेंट्स सेम साइज। आज वे सब कंट्री बनाएंगे, बट व्हाट इज दैट पाथवे? फिफ्थ पाथवे ही टोल्ड। उन्होंने कहा पांचवा हमारा संकल्प है, देश के हर सिटीजन 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशंस नेशन के प्रति अपना कर्तव्य का निर्वहन करेंगे। ड्यूटी फॉर नेशन। मैं मेरे देश के प्रति मेरी ड्यूटी, मेरा कर्तव्य मैं अदा करूंगा। जब हर व्यक्ति नेशन फर्स्ट की धारणा से आगे बढ़ता है, तब जाके देश डेवलप्ड कंट्री बन सकता है। जब ड्यूरिंग कोविड क्राइसिस वी आर ऑल वाज इन आवर हाउस इन लॉकडाउन, अंडर ऑफ लॉकडाउन में हम हमारे घर में थे, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट and myself also, all members of all ministers, we don't sitting in our house, but we are working to 25-year developed country agenda. विकसित भारत के 25 साल के क्या एजेंडा हो सकता है, उसके पर वर्क चल रहा था, वर्क कर रहे थे। और इसलिए ये देश का भविष्य बहुत उज्जवल है। वर्तमान समय के युवा आपके नजर का, आपके विचार का विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए मेरे सभी डायस्पोरा का कंट्रीब्यूशन थॉट बहुत आभार है। मुझे आज बहुत अच्छा लगा। पैनल डिस्कशन में कई ऐसे वर्ड्स का यूज करते थे जो हमारे ट्रेडिशनल वर्ड्स थे, हमारे ट्रेडिशनल थॉट से निकलता है। दुनिया में कहां भी गए हैं, लेकिन आप अपनी वैल्यूज, अपने एथोस, अपने थॉट इंडियन ही रखा है। इसलिए मैं आपको अभिनंदन करता हूं। और सभी 6 मेरे यंग लीडर्स 12 जनवरी को ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर 30 lakhs में से कंपटीशन से निकले हुए 3000 यूथ के साथ सारे दिन डेवलप्ड कंट्री के लिए यूथ के आइडियाज को सुनेंगे। मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, जो आपको सुविधा हो तो आप भी एक बार मेरे देश के यूथ क्या सोचता है, सारे देश के यूथ का अर्थ क्या निकलता है विकसित भारत के लिए, उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहे तो मैं आपको इनविटेशन देता हूं। मैं अरेंजमेंट और व्यवस्था भी उसके लिए करता हूं। तो आप आइए और मोदी जी के साथ अपने आइडिया को भी शेयर करिए। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your energizing and inspiring concluding remarks. As I conclude this enlightening discussion, one word stands out for me, which is connectivity. I think connecting people to people, connecting capital to ideas, connecting and collaborating on education, connecting on agriculture. I think that stood out as a theme of our discussion. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. On behalf of everyone here, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all our panelists and their insights, and to the audience for their engagement. Let us carry forward the ideas shared today as we work together to build a brighter, more united future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benny Bansal. May I request the people in the audience to please remain with us for some more time, please. It's a humble request. माननीय मंत्री जी, आपकी इजाजत हो, एक छोटा सा निवेदन। हमारे सर, आपने अभी ईथर्स और वैल्यूज की बात की। हमारे सभी पैनलिस्ट अगर हिंदी में या अपनी मदर टंग में 2 पंक्तियां ऑडियंस के सामने कहना चाहे, प्लीज। कैन वी हैव द माइक प्लीज? जस्ट गिव मी अ मिनट। कैन वी हैव द माइक प्लीज? यू कैन कम हियर एंड से, सर ने अभी वैल्यूज की बात की, तो आप कुछ भी, या यू कैन प्लीज अपनी मदर टंग में हिंदी में कुछ भी 2 लाइन बोलना चाहे अगर, प्लीज, ऑन दिस ओकेजन to the audience. Yeah, definitely in the presence of honorable minister, sir, just few lines in Hindi or maybe your mother tongue. Yeah, please.
Speak 2 languages.
Please, please.
मैं 2 भाषा में बात करूंगा। आपसे माफी मांगता हूँ, कुछ गलती है या कमी है मेरे भाषा में, लेकिन आप सबको इधर देख के बहुत खुशी है और आप सबको ओमान में बुलाता हूँ। നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെ കണ്ടിട്ട് വളരെ സന്തോഷം. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒമാനിലേക്ക് അന്വേഷിക്കണം. നല്ല സന്തോഷത്തില് നല്ല ഗൗരവത്തിലാണ് നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും ഇന്ന് നിൽക്കുന്നത്. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Thank you so much. So when we ask Mr. Gill to say just few lines in maybe in Hindi or your own mother tongue, please.
Oh, right here? Okay, yeah. Thank you. मैं बहुत बहुत शुक्र करता हूँ कि ये मौका बहुत अच्छा मिला और ये बहुत बड़ा प्रिविलेज है मेरे लिए कि मैं फुलक्रुम बना ये 2 देशों का और to be able to enhance जरा संबंध है फिलीपींस और इंडिया का. So मैं बहुत बहुत शुक्र करता हूँ ये मौका के लिए और धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Can I request Mr. Prabhakar, please?
I'll speak in my mother language, Tamil. எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். இந்த வாய்ப்பு எனக்கு கிடைச்சது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. அதற்காக இந்தியாவின் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ரொம்ப நான் நன்றியை சொல்லிக்கிறேன். அது மட்டும் இல்ல, எனக்கு இந்த வாய்ப்பு கொடுத்த இந்தியா கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் மலேசியா அரசாங்கத்துக்கும் ரொம்ப நன்றி. அவ்வளவுதான், சந்தோஷம், நன்றி.
Thank you. Mrs. Shani Chandelier-ji, if you could please say a few words, maybe in Hindi or in your own mother tongue, please.
Ji, just for context, I can't speak Hindi because I grew up in Gurgaon. So, so मैं सभी के लिए यही बोलना चाहती हूँ कि अपने देश के लिए जो आप कर सकते हो अपने लेवल पे आप करने की कोशिश कीजिए, and I think that will lead और वो बहुत दूर तक जाएगा. And my mother tongue is Assamese, so I would like to just say one sentence in the Assamese. অসমীয়া ৰাইজক এইটোৱে ক'ব খুজিছোঁ কি অসমৰ কাৰণে আৰু ইণ্ডিয়াৰ কাৰণে আপুনি কাম কৰি থাকক আৰু আমাৰ কালচাৰটো আমি জীয়াই ৰাখিব লাগিব.
Thank you, Ms. Chandelier. May I request Ms. Revati Pillai-ji to say a few words, please?
So I understand Hindi but cannot speak it. But the Tamil Tamil da, the mother tongue. So I'll speak in Tamil. So எல்லாரும் வணக்கம். And in the வாய்ப்பு கொடுத்து the Consulate General of India, South Africa ரொம்ப நன்றி சொல்லணும். And in culture சொல்லுவா மாதா பிதா குரு தெய்வம். அதுக்காக நான் என்னோட அம்மா அப்பா மிஸ்டர் ஜீவா அண்ட் மிஸ்ஸஸ் ஜீவா பிள்ளை கண்டிப்பா நன்றி சொல்லணும். நான் உங்க பொண்ணு நினைக்கும் போது ரொம்ப பெருமைப்படுறேன். and I hope I made you proud. So அது ரொம்ப நன்றி and கண்டிப்பா கடவுளுக்கு நன்றி சொல்லணும்.
Thank you, Ms. Revati Pillai-ji. And now finally may I request Ms. Mekhala Pandey-ji to say a few words.
I just want to thank you, Minister, and your government. Thank you, moderator, first. You did such a wonderful job. But Minister, thank you and your government for this wonderful opportunity for us all the way on the other side of the world to be able to come here to India. It is my first time here. It's been a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. And I hope many more of us in Trinidad and Tobago will be able to visit. I have to thank the Embassy of Trinidad and Tobago, and Excellency is just wonderful, and I thank him for that opportunity. It was many flights to come, but I got here, and I thank you so much again.
थैंक यू मिस पांड्या और माननीय मंत्री जी, यहाँ पर एनएसएस रीजनल डायरेक्टर भुवनेश्वर मिस सरिता पटेल जी जो हैं वो एनएसएस के बिहाफ, उनके वॉलंटियर्स के बिहाफ पे आपको कुछ प्रेजेंट करना चाह रहे हैं. इट्स अ सरप्राइज एक्चुअली. इट्स ऑल पेंटिंग ऑफ ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर सर. जो सर ये एनएसएस के वॉलंटियर्स ने बनाया है आपके लिए. जोरदार ताली एक बार माननीय मंत्री जी के लिए. Our NSS volunteers of Bhubaneswar, they have made this oil painting portrait of Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we wrap up, we conclude this plenary session. Beyond borders, diaspora youth leadership in a globalized world. We would also like to thank our panelists, and we extend a heartfelt thanks to our moderator, co-founder Flipkart, Mr. Benny Benson-ji. And we thank all of you, audience. We had very many eminent personalities among our audience. We thank you all for participating in this plenary session. Please do join us for lunch, which has been organized by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sport. And post-lunch, ladies and gentlemen, we have many more presentations and sessions lined up. So after lunch, we'll have session by Government of Odisha, unveiling India's best kept secret. So I'm requesting you all once again to kindly join for the lunch. Thank you for now.
Already have the Philippine yes. Good to connect. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, I will connect like how industry partner that American design. That's how to.
Ladies and gentlemen, just now I've been told today is Miss Pandey's birthday, so can we wish her happy birthday? Thank you. Pleasure, sir. I'm not carrying my card with me right now. This is back to my car.
This is back in your car. Yeah. Portugal, and the leader of the young. Can I have the leader of the young? Can I take a picture?
one of the most beautiful state of India, culturally rich and of course filled with amazing people. Rista. Ladies and gentlemen, we would be witnessing the second session post-lunch. I would be requesting everyone to please be seated. This is really going to be an amazing session. Once again, I invite all the invitees, dignitaries, all the vibrant diasporas present over here, all the leaders of their respective countries, and of course all the attendees of PDD 2025. Welcome to Odisha. I request everyone to please be seated. We would be commencing the session, Odisha Unraveling India's Best Kept Secret.
सब एक ही नाम है। अच्छा, और हाँ, लिखिए सरोज कुमार स्वाई। कौन किसको देंगे सर? वो आप डिसाइड कर लो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। हाँ, मैं बोल देता हूँ कौन किसको देगा, ठीक है? हाँ। और लिखो बालमुकुंद भैया, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टूरिज्म। हाँ, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टूरिज्म, बालमुकुंद भैया। तो आप ऐसा कर सकते हैं, बालमुकुंद भैया सर ये स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी है, स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टूरिज्म, ठीक है? सीनियर है, हम दोनों सेम रैंक के हैं, तो बालमुकुंद सर देंगे प्रभाती मैम को। हाँ, अमिताभ कांत को, ओके, और विनोद सर दे देंगे, संजीव कपूर को दे सकते हैं, और कौन कौन सर बोल रहे हैं? हमारे मॉडरेटर है अक्षिता एम भंजदेव, उनको भी दे देंगे। आप जिसको बोलेंगे इसके बाद ये तीनों हो गया, हाँ, जिसको बोलेंगे बोल देंगे। हाँ हाँ, ठीक ठीक, मैं फिर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर लूंगी सर, बट ये लाइन में दे देंगे, फिर उसके बाद
नमस्कार एवरीवन। आई होप आप लोग लंच कर चुके हैं आप सभी। आपसे दरख्वास्त करूंगी, निवेदन करूंगी, आप लोग आके प्लेनरी हॉल के बीच में बैठ जाइए, बिकॉज वी आर अबाउट टू स्टार्ट द सेशन Odisha Unraveling India's Best Kept Secret. We already have the presence of our esteemed dignitaries inside the hall. I'll be requesting all the attendees, all our esteemed delegates, dignitaries, vibrant diasporas present over here, leaders, industry people, please to come and join us inside. We are going to witness an amazing session which is all about Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be requesting again and again, please do come and join us inside.
से रखी दो रखी दो
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a vibrant session. So before we do begin, can I check the energy of the hall? Can we clap? Can we give some energy, everyone, post lunch? So we have already inaugurated Pravasi Bharatiya Divas 2025 18th edition. The first session is already over and this is the second one. And ladies and gentlemen, this session is all about Odisha unraveling India's best kept secret. To begin the session, I would be seeking the presence of our dignitaries on dais. Let's give a thundering round of applause. Let's welcome Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Minister of Tourism, Women and Child Development, Mission Shakti, Government of Odisha, Srimati Prabhati Parida ma'am. Let's welcome the mastermind behind Incredible India, India's G20 Sherpa, Shri Amitabh Kant on stage, everyone. We have the befitting moderator of our panel discussion, Ms. Akshita M. Manjadeo, Director of the Belgravia Palace, and Editor, Travel and Leisure. Please join us. I would be requesting the presence of Padma Shri Sanjeev Kapoor, culinary icon, humanitarian, and entrepreneur. And also be seeking the presence of Commissioner cum Secretary, Department of Tourism, Government of Odisha, Shri Balban Singh sir. Other panelists would be joining us. CMD, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. Please give a round of applause. Let's welcome Dr. Joshna Suri. Let's welcome co-founder and managing director of Wedding Line, Shri Chetan Bora. And I would be seeking the presence of Shri Samat Verma, IAS Director, Department of Tourism. All right. Our dignitaries have arrived and they are there on dais. Atiti Deva Bhava. यही भावना को सम्मान जताते हुए I would be requesting officials from Tourism Department to please come and felicitate our dignitaries on dais. I would be requesting Shri Balmukund Bhaiya, Special Secretary, Department of Tourism, to present a bouquet and uttariya to Deputy CM Srimati Prabhati Parida ma'am. Please, sir, proceed. I'd be requesting Joint Secretary, Department of Tourism, Saroj Kumar Swai sir, to present a bouquet and uttariya to Sri Amitabh Kant. Requesting Joint Secretary, Department of Tourism, Shri Binod Jana, to present bouquet and uttariya to Padma Shri Sanjeev Kapoor ji. I would be requesting Balmukund Bhaiya ji again to present a bouquet and uttariya to our moderator, Ms. Akshita M. Bhanjadeo. Saroj Kumar Swai ji to present bouquet and uttariya to Dr. Joshna Suri. Binod Jana sir to present bouquet and uttariya to Sri Chetan Bora, co-founder and managing director, Wedding Line. And we'll be also requesting Balmukund Bhaiya to welcome Commissioner cum Secretary, Department of Tourism, Shri Balwant Singh. Requesting Shri Binod Jana to welcome Director, Department of Tourism, Shri Samat Verma.
ठीक है फाइन सॉरी
As we gather here today, we embark on a journey to explore the unparalleled beauty, cultural richness, and untapped potential of our state Odisha as a premier tourist destination. Odisha is not just a state, it's an emotion. A symphony of ancient temples, pristine beaches, dense forests, and vibrant festivals that narrate tales of a glorious past and a promising future. As we explore how digital innovation, experiential marketing, and sustainable practices can elevate Odisha's tourism sector, we are honored to have distinguished speakers, visionaries, and leaders joining us. One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And to set the tone for today's discussion, I would be requesting Shri Balwant Singh IAS, Department of Tourism Commissioner cum Secretary, to deliver the welcome address and provide us with the much needed context for this enlightening session. Sir, over to you.
Jai Jagannath. Good afternoon to everyone. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Srimati Pravasi Parida to this significant session on tourism, unraveling India's best kept secret. I am honored to welcome Sri Amitabh Khan, India's G20 Sherpa, main architect of Incredible India brand, and our today's keynote speaker to this session. We are privileged to have you, sir, here with us today, and we eagerly look forward to hearing your insightful and visionary perspectives about tourism. My pleasure to extend a warm welcome to the distinguished panelist, Padma Awardee Sri Sanjeev Kapoor, a true culinary icon, renowned humanitarian and successful entrepreneur, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, Chairperson and Managing Director of the Lalit Shuri Hospitality Group, Sri Chetan Vora, Co-founder and Managing Director of Wedding Line, Ms. Akshita M. Bhanjdev, Moderator for today's session. I extend a warm welcome to the distinguished Pravasi Bharatiyas who have traveled from various corners of the globe, invitees from hospitality and tourism industry, media friends, ladies and gentlemen present here. Today, we celebrate our shared cultural roots and Odisha's immense potential as premier global tourism destination. Your presence reaffirms the strong bonds with our homeland. Odisha's cultural and spiritual identity begins with the blessings of Lord Jagannath, the presiding deity of our state and a symbol of devotion and unity. The sacred town of Puri, with its iconic Rath Yatra, draws millions of pilgrims and travelers, embodying the spirit of faith and togetherness. Beyond Puri's spiritual aura, Odisha's architectural marvel tells the story of our glorious past. The Sun Temple, Konark, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, stands as a testament of artistic brilliance, while the Buddhist site like Lalitgiri, Ratnagiri, and Udayagiri offer serenity and historical insight. Let me take you all to those best kept secrets which are actually to be unraveled before world. I'll take one by one on faith front. Sakti, Chausati Yogini, the Chausati Yogini temple near Hirapur is a rare tantric shrine dedicated to 64 yoginis, showcasing ancient tantric practices. Jainism. Odisha played a significant role in the spread of Jainism, evident from our ancient Jain caves such as Udayagiri and Khandagiri in Bhubaneswar. Buddhism and its evolution, especially the evolution of Buddhism from Hinayan to Mahayana and Vajrayana, all traditions are reflected in Odisha's Buddhist heritage. You can see here Nanak Bawli in Puri, which is water tanks, linked to Guru Nanak's travel to Puri, reflecting Sikhism history in Odisha. We take to next architecture and our planned civilization, our Ekamra Kshetra. which is high density of temples in Bhubaneswar called Ekamra Kshetra, boasts thousands of temples, a high density of ancient temple with Lingaraj temple being the most prominent. Our planned cities, Shishupalgarh, Jaugarh, Talpada, Lathi, all these 6 planned cities during Buddhism flourished in our state, old Kalinga Empire. Ashoka's Kalinga War, well known, peace and war. The Kalinga War at Dholi Hill transformed Emperor Ashoka by seeing valiant fight of our Kalinga Empire people and messenger of peace, leading to spread of Buddhism. Barune Hill, part of history, it's first, we know 1857, but first war of freedom happens here. We call it Paika Rebellion, considered to be India's first freedom struggle. Salt Satyagraha, importance, when 1930, Odisha played a significant role in Gandhi's Salt Satyagraha, particularly in Chodi. Now we shift from history to nature, how we are very specific, those best kept secret. Nature and wildlife, Simlipal Sanctuary. Simla was one of India's largest tiger reserve and biosphere reserve. Olive Ridley. Very unique, this is nesting, Odisha's Gairmatha beach and Rishikulia both are world's largest nesting site for olive ridley sea turtles. Chilika, known for this Bacchus, Asia's biggest Bacchus water lagoon, known for famous Iravadi dolphins and migratory birds. Millions of migratory birds come here, and which is very significant with Pravasi Bharatiya Divas celebration. These Pravasi birds, migratory birds, when they get nice ecosystem, it's very relevant. We deserve much more tourists come to Odisha in coming days. Crocodile population, this is Chilka. Crocodile population, again unique, Bhitarkanika, which is biosphere reserve, home to one of the largest population of estuary crocodiles in India. Forest cover, our state is having one of the largest forest coverage in India, which is we proud and we want to work on more on this. Coastal line, 480 kilometer long coastal line offers lot of prominent beaches like Chandrabhaga, Puri, Gopalpur, Talsari. We are extremely privileged to have APJ Kalam Island, which was his Karm Bhumi. This Wheeler Island, earlier known as Wheeler, and now it's APJ Kalam Island, is a missile testing site of Odisha's coast. Biggest earthen dam, Hirakud, of Asia, which we want to go for integrated development on tourism line on Kevadia, what Gujarat has done recently experimented. Our food, craft, painting and dance form, we all know Rasgulla, linked with our Jagannath culture. Dahi Bada Aludam of men street food from Cuttack. GI tag, we boast of a lot of GI tag product like Rasgulla, Kandamal, Haldi and other, especially this is new at Sadi. This is Haldi Kandamal, Kai chutney from Mayurbhanj, craft, various sari product of Kotpad, Barampur, Sambalpuri, Dokra craft, filigree, Sora art painting from tribal, especially PBTZ, Patachitra, Raghurajpur art village, this form Gotipur, Odissi. So this is modern Bhubaneswar, which is first a smart city. We ride from our roots, tradition to modernity. Same time we have 64 our aboriginal tribal communities. We are proud of cultural diversity. We offer array of craft in Raghurajpur village, which is our heritage craft village. And last but not least is the Bali Yatra, our Kartik Purnima tradition and maritime history. So these best kept secret, which are known to us as fact, but we want to reach out to world and we want to unravel. We celebrate on this particular occasion. Despite its immense potential, Odisha faces significant challenges as well. We have to accept, especially on less short peak tourist season, having a very extreme weather, influenced by climatic condition and states susceptibility to natural disaster, particularly in coastal region, impacting our tourism infrastructure. Other challenges like suboptimal are air connectivity, limited number of high-end hospitality chain, shortage of skilled manpower to some extent, especially high-end, regulatory bottlenecks, especially when we have nature, so forest and environment side. But our commitment, especially we want to dwell on sustainable tourism with our visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Chief Minister. We are resolute to make Odisha as model for sustainable tourism. Our policies prioritizing eco-friendly practices, our nature resource protection and community involvement. New ecotourism hubs and adventure tourism activity, including safari and adventure sports, are being developed. Our flagship eco-retreat product is becoming very famous. In our effort to diversify our tourism offering, we have introduced innovative product which will cater experiential new generation, especially millennial generation, Gen Z. Odisha government is committed to develop world-class tourism ecosystem with Vision 2036, which state government has undertaken recently. So my heartfelt thank you all for joining us today. We look forward for your continued engagement, support and contribution as we work together to elevate Odisha on global tourism map. Let us come together to celebrate the wonders of Odisha, a land where every journey is discovery, every experience is a story, and every visitor is part of our extended family. Thank you so much. Vande Utkal Janni, Vande Bharat, Vasudev Kutumbakam. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that insightful welcome address. Now let's immerse ourselves in the sense of Odisha through our captivating theme video, which we have actually compiled, showcasing the state's tourism gems from the architectural splendor of the Sun Temple in Konark to the serene backwaters of Chilika Lake. This video is a testament to the unmatched allure of Odisha. Let's have a look on the video. Console, can we play?
Jai Jagannath. This is my Odisha, my home. For every sunrise lies like a blessing over each wonders. You can go on, whisper stories etched in time. Your devotion isn't just a ritual, it's a way of life. It goes in the chariots that carry faith, in secret prayers from the religious ancient temples. Reverence in the divine grace of Puri's Lord Jagannath Temple. The gardens artistry of the Lord Sunday. And the beauty dance of the river Hindi. The abode of Lord Sunday. Skies colonized with vibrant flocks of birds. Our warriors dance for the sacred government. Our forests howl with the symphony of life. The serene harmonies of harmony and color. The nature thrives in its closed path. Along the vast coastline, the waves whisper ancient words. Or the goodness of the eternal thunder that bleeds at the highest circle. Every flavor here is a river, every dish a connection. The fragrant banana that rises the floor, the candid light of the world. Coffee, with the sweet demands of the soul, each bite feels like home. In the essence of traditional and community, the face of the vigorous of the place of Odisha, and in the hands of confidence to create beauty from tradition. It is a living heritage that I hold close, that I hold close. Is it something right? It's moving forward. Today's wonderful, today's innovation. Almost all of it. And festivals are the future. United, Philippines. Even lonely everywhere. And this place feels like home. There are more. When your heart, when its peace, and soul finds purpose. But all science is just mine. It's yours too. It's a home for everyone. It's next connection. And belonging. A world of wonder awaits. Hear the echoes of Odisha.
Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate perfect destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well.
That's indeed an amazing compilation. Hats off to the creative team. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, it's my honor and a matter of sheer pride to welcome our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Srimati Pravasi Parida, who is also the Minister of Tourism, Women and Child Development and Mission Shakti, to deliver the inaugural address. Her visionary leadership has been instrumental in shaping Odisha's tourism policies and initiatives. True architect of women empowerment through revolutionary Subhadra scheme to ensure that all the women across the length and breadth of the state can be financially independent and can be a part of state's economical growth and progress. A huge round of applause, and let's welcome once again Honorable Deputy CM Srimati Pravasi Parida ma'am for her inaugural address.
पूरा 18th प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस उपलक्षे मु सर्वप्रथमे उत्कलर ये पवित्र माटी को जगन्नाथंकर भूमि को मंचरे थिबा अतिथि माने एवं मो सामने थिबा समस्त अतिथि मानन को स्वागत करुछि। Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished panelists, Sri Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa and former CEO of Niti Aayog, Sri Balwant Singh, Commissioner cum Secretary, Tourism Government of Odisha, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, CMD, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, Padma Shri Sanjeev Kapoor, culinary icon, humanitarian and entrepreneur, and very famous as Khana Khajana. Shri Chaitan Bora, co-founder and managing director, Wedding Line, moderator Akitami M. Bhanjadev, director of our Belgaria Palace. Media friends, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome our Indian diaspora to the land of Lord Jagannath. Today I am here to discuss a subject close to my heart, Odisha's tourism vision and our commitment to sustainable development. Odisha is known as the soul of incredible India. It is a land of incumbent diversity, from the architectural greatness of the Sun Temple Konark, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, to the beautiful beaches of Puri, Chandrabhaga and Chandipur, from the calm waters of Chilika Lake to the towering peaks, the Eastern Ghats. Odisha offers a great experience. Odisha's cultural traditions are rich and deeply rooted. Festivals like Rath Yatra, maritime festival like Bali Jatra, Konark Dance Festival, Mukteshwar Festival, Rajarani Music Festival attracts large numbers of visitors to visit Odisha. Our government is dedicated to sustainable development. The department is implementing key central projects promoting eco-friendly growth. Under Swadesh Darshan, we have developed coastal areas, enhanced infrastructure and facilities while preserving coastal heritage. I take immense pride to let everyone know that two iconic tourist destinations, Satakosia and Hirakud, have been selected among 40 sites from across 23 states and union territories for special assistance to states and union territories for capital investment in success scheme. To develop Satakosia and Hirakud, the central government has approved a substantial interest-free loan of 199 crore to Odisha, paving the way for comprehensive development and enhanced visitor experience. Odisha's beach circuit is being transformed through holistic development, blending seamlessly with local communities and promoting eco-friendly urban planning. New walkways and beach sacks initiated by the tourism department are not only beautifying the coastline but also driving sustainable tourism practices. We prioritize sustainable tourism by protecting our natural treasures, including iconic wildlife sanctuaries like Simlipal, Bhitarkanika, Debrigad, Chilika, Mahendragi, Devmali, through integrated master plans. Odisha is launching innovative tourism products like hot air ballooning, caravan tourism, camping, hotels, yacht tourism, homestays, adventure parks, and more that will offer a unique experience which will cater to diverse interests and solidify its position as a premier global destination. Odisha tourism is dedicated to sustainable tourism, aligning with UNWTO, United Nations, World Tourism Organization's Sustainable Development Goals. Our Eco-Retreat flagship program represents sustainable development goals, promoting eco-friendly practices, minimal environmental impact, and local sourcing. By supporting local farmers, reducing waste, and educating visitors, Eco-Retreat sets a benchmark for responsible and sustainable tourism. Odisha's tourism strategy prioritizes sustainability, balancing economic growth with environmental and cultural protection. We are promoting responsible tourism through eco-friendly infrastructure that minimize waste and uses renewable energy, community involvement, training local guides, and empowering artisans, encouraging sustainable practices among tourists and partnering with global organizations for the best practice. In line with global trends, Odisha is also embracing digital technology to enhance the visitor experience, from digital ticketing to mobile apps, offering real-time updates on tourist destinations. We are ensuring that our tourism infrastructure is modern, efficient, and accessible to everyone. As we continue to enhance Odisha's tourism infrastructure and promote our unique offering, we invite you all to play a key role in our journey. Let's work together. We have the cares to promote Buddhism and to develop Buddhist corridor, and we are proud that the 3 days you are here, you will visit different places of Odisha. You will enjoy it more, the food. We have the nature, we have sea, we have wildlife, we have heritage, we have the tortoise, birds, and the highest peak like Devmali, and you will enjoy the nature here is more, and everything Odisha will provide. I hope you all will enjoy these 3 days. We have lot of potentiality by the blessing of Lord Jagannath. We have love of natures, and I here to inform you that our government is ready to put forward the private sectors to develop our tourism destinations. I am here to welcome you all. Odisha is a beautiful spiritual tourism. You know, in Rath Yatra, in 10 days, in the beginning Rath Yatra we have taken 10 lakhs, and in Bahuda Yatra we have taken 10 lakhs. 20 lakhs visitors visited our Badadanda, and we are controlling. Odisha is a very peace-loving state, and I am sure in your help, you are the ambassadors of Odisha tourism now. You will promote our tourism, our culture, our peaceful states, nature in all over the world. I put Odisha, let's work together to put Odisha on the world tourism map and make it a model for sustainable tourism. Jai Jagannath.
So much, ma'am, for your inspiring words. To further enrich our understanding of India's vast tourism potential, we are delighted to and former of transformational initiatives in India. It's a matter of sheer pride to have you with us, sir.
The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Srimati Pravasi ji. We have a very distinguished panel here. Srimati Jyotsna Suri, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, who's been a champion of hospitality sector. We have a culinary icon in Padma Shri Sanjeev Kumar. We have somebody who's been driving weddings in India, Mr. Chetan Vora. And we have a very dynamic person who's been promoting weddings in India, Mr. Chetan Vora. And all the distinguished officers, Mr. Balwant Singh, Mr. Samarth Verma, the Development Commissioner Anu, many other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So let me first congratulate Odisha on holding the 18th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. It's always a delight and a pleasure to be back in Odisha, particularly in Bhubaneswar. And Bhubaneswar, because where we are standing today, has been a very significant place in India's history. It's been a significant place in India's history because if you read William Dalrymple's latest book, The Golden Road, and he says the Golden Road is much more important than the Silk Road because all the trade to the rest of the world started from India. But he talks about how Emperor Ashoka spread Buddhism from Orissa after having defeated his Kalinga opponents. And he laid the foundations of one of the greatest empires of world history. And that book is very uniquely researched and it establishes that Orissa is really the fountainhead of both Buddhism and Jainism. And therefore my belief is that the world of tourism actually works on experiences. If you are able to create unique experiences. And secondly, I've always been a believer that the world is moved towards experiences which are of a high value. So my request to Orissa is that it should not sell itself cheap. It should sell itself as a very high value tourism destination. It should sell itself as a high value tourism destination because my experience shows that we were able to take Kerala from a $20 a night destination to about a $600 a night destination. And that was possible because of two simple things. One, our belief that we will take Kerala back to its roots. We did not ape the West. We did not ape any other Indian state. We created products which were based on the strengths of Kerala. Kerala had then only one product, which was Kovalam beach, which had been encroached, which was very dirty, which was very filthy. And we stopped tourism to Kovalam for about 2 years, but we opened up new products. We opened up the backwaters of Kerala. We started converting the traditional rice boats of Kerala into houseboats on which not a single nail is used and which float into the backwaters. We went back to the traditional Kerala cuisine, the Nair cuisine, the Mopla cuisine, the Christian cuisine, which was appam and stew, which was not heard of. We went back to the traditional Kerala culture, Kathakali, Mohiniyattam, which had all died, we went back to the traditional Kerala architecture, the Nalkittam houses and restored them, and we went back to the traditional Kerala martial art, Kalripet, and brought it back center stage. Now why I'm saying this is because the world is looking, there are 250 destinations competing in the world. Now, the tourists of the world are looking for different experiences. They don't want to, they've got fed up of 5-star hotels. Now, every 5-star hotel is the same. People want a different experience. And there is no other destination other than Odisha. To my mind, it is richer than Kerala. It is the richest state of India in terms of destination. It is the richest state because I have traveled to Raghurajpur, where Pattichitra paintings are done in bright folk style. I have traveled to Pipli where there's unique applique work. I've traveled to Balakati where there's bell metal, and I've traveled to Behrampur where there's famous for silver filigree work. And I've not traveled to many other places, but there are many other unique art forms in Odisha. And to my mind, the richest cultural art forms, the dances of Odisha are unique. The temple sculpture gave rise to classical dance forms here, which actually is unique because the dance was a ritual offering performed in the temples of Odisha. And in addition to the classical art forms, you have the folk dances performed during festivals, the Dandanath, the traditional fisherman dance, the Chatagoda, which requires a horse dummy, the battle dance called Paika Nitra, and the Chow, the mass dance drama. All these are very unique. No other state of India has that. And this is the only state of India which has the Chilka Lake, the largest brackish water lake in Asia. It has a beach destination in Gopalpur with backwaters, lagoons and creeks. And you have wildlife sanctuaries, and you have crocodiles, olive ridley turtles. You have Konarak, you have Puri, the Surya temple in Konarak, the Jagannath Yatra. So the wide range of experiences are unique. And therefore my belief is that you have to create very high value experiences from these unique art forms, these unique cultural forms, and the unique heritage and the temples that you have. I'm also saying this because the temples of Odisha are unique. They are unique because coastal Odisha was part of the ancient kingdom of Kalinga, which grew prosperous through trading, and it used the port of Kalinganagar. And as early as the 4th BC, the colonial influence of Odisha extended as far as modern Indonesia. And much of modern Indonesia has a huge influence of Odisha. But the great thing about the temples, and since you are in Bhubaneswar, if you visit the Lingaraj temple, which I spent a whole day doing, you realize that the temples of Odisha are truly, truly unique, because the temples of Odisha, the architects liken the temple to the structure of the human body, and the names given to the vertical sections correspond to the main parts of the human body. And this is not done in temples or churches or mosques or any other part of the world. And therefore this experience is unique. Now, my view is that experiences are not created by government. Experiences, Kerala took off because Kerala is a product of private enterprise. And Kerala took off because the local entrepreneurs created great boutique resorts. And the experiences were created around these unique boutique resorts by the local entrepreneurs. And my suggestion to the Honorable Minister, who's a very dynamic minister, and she was asking for suggestions, is that you need to create very unique boutique resorts which are based on Kerala architecture and which are based on Kerala's art forms, if you could create great temples at one point of time in your history, and you have the greatest architecture in the world, you can use the same architecture to create great boutique resorts. And if you have the greatest dance art forms in the world, you can bring those art forms here. And if you have the greatest crafts of the world, you can bring them all and link them to hospitality. And if you have the greatest cuisine in the world, which Mr. Sanjeev Kapoor will vouch for, you can all link it up to the hospitality. And therefore, my suggestion is that private sector is a private sector in tourism is a private sector enterprise. But there is a job of the government. And the job of the government is to provide last mile connectivity and to do good promotion and marketing and to bring the private sector together. Without bringing the private sector together, without acting as a catalyst, without driving a great brand marketing campaign across the world, which has to be the world's #1 campaign in the world. That's what we did. We created the we created the brand entity of God around Kerala. You know, the God's own country was nothing but saying that experience that you will have will be very heavenly, which will be very godlike in Kerala. And that experience was actually created by the private sector. So, again, to my mind, that, and I'm being very honest about it, that Odisha is far more richer in every single product than Kerala is. I can also tell you that Kerala's entrepreneurship in many areas, including mines, ores, many other things, is far richer than Kerala. Kerala was a case of a failed entrepreneurship. There, actually, industrialization had failed. It has not, entrepreneurship has not failed in Odisha. But they succeeded, while they had failed in industries, they succeeded in tourism. And that was because the state played a key role of providing last mile connectivity, doing great brand marketing, great campaigning, and getting the world's best creative directors. Never do anything second best. Whatever you do, do the world's best. Make it very clear that you want to make Odisha the world's best destination, and you want to do the best campaign, and you want to work with the best people around the world. India has reached a stage of its growth. We are already a $4 trillion economy. The Prime Minister's vision is that we'll be a $30 trillion economy by 2047. I'm saying all this because Odisha wants to grow with jobs. There is only one sector in this country, entire country, where one job will create 11 indirect jobs. In crafts, in cuisine, in architecture, everywhere it will create jobs, and that is travel and tourism. And if you want to grow with jobs, madam, the only sector which will give Odisha growth with jobs is travel and tourism. So Odisha should put all its energy, all its dynamism, all its fervor, and all its best officers in the world of tourism and work with the best people around the world to make Odisha the world's #1 destination. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure all of us must have felt that adrenaline rush inside us. We take sheer pride being Odia, aren't we? Some of us are there, I'm sure. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, time has arrived that we would be going for our panel discussion on the theme Unraveling India's Best Kept Secret, Our State, Odisha. Moderating this exciting discussion is Ms. Akshita M. Bhanjdev, Director of the iconic Belgadiya Palace, whose efforts in heritage conservation and tourism are exemplary, and Editor-in-Chief, Travel and Leisure. We have with us as our esteemed panelists, सबसे पहले 5 साल पहले जिनके YouTube चैनल पे जब डालमा बनाने की रेसिपी अपलोड हुई, आई एम श्योर ओडिशा के लड़के भी डालमा बनाना सीख लिए. A big round of applause for the iconic culinary expert, Padma Shri Sanjeev Kapoor, humanitarian and entrepreneur. It's a matter of sheer pride, sir, to have you as our esteemed panelist. We also have from the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, Chairperson and Managing Director, Dr. Joshna Suri. Thank you for being here as our esteemed panelist. We also have the presence of co-founder and managing director of Wedding Line, Sri Chetan Bohra. Sir, we have many places where destination weddings are going on, and that to be in huge number. Definitely, we will be seeking your insights on same. And I would be requesting our befitting moderator, Ms. Akshita M. Bhanjadeo, to carry forward the discussion. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Jai Jagannath, Johar. It is my absolute honor and pleasure to be able to moderate this panel, Unraveling India's Best Kept Secret, Orissa. So no one told me that I was going after one of the greatest orators, Mr. Amitabh Kant. So the job has just been made much more difficult. I'm not sure if I can, with the same adrenaline and power, be able to speak about Orissa. I was just going, in my mind, I was thinking, sir, if there's a position available in the ambassadorship of Orissa, we hope you take it, because no one has spoken such powerfully. So my job has been made a little more difficult, but I'll take on the challenge to speak as powerfully about Orissa's tourism. But I also had a whole block of resumes, CVs, and bios, so I'm glad that Munmuna has made my job easier in being able to introduce everyone very eloquently. But, you know, I had a lot of paperwork in terms of questions to ask, insights to take. And from my meetings with some of the panelists, I've realized, let's keep this conversational, take out insights. And I urge the audience here, which I believe is going to be having a Q&A towards the end of the panel, to please listen in, take notes, because we will be taking questions from the audience. And with this exemplary panel, extremely distinguished thought leaders, innovators, and policymakers, these are the right people to ask in terms of how do we shape our entrepreneurial journey, like Mr. Kant just said, for Orissa. I want to begin with an icebreaker, but I feel the ice has been broken. Everyone is charged, and we're ready to kind of, you know, we've seen so much of Orissa. If you just walk across the auditorium, you'll see so many pictures, images, you know, stunning monuments, and we've heard all about Orissa's different product offerings. So I'll jump in, and for this I have the absolute honor to ask our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Madam Shri Pravati Paridaji. And the last time we met, ma'am, was when we were pulling Goddess Subhadra's chariot together in Baripada Mayurupanch at the Dvitiya Sri Kshetra. For those of you who are unbeknownst, it is the only spiritual event in the world, the Jagannath Rath Yatra in Baripada in Mayurupanch, where women only pull Goddess Subhadra's chariot. So I had the absolute honor of doing that with our Madam Deputy Chief Minister. So ma'am, this question comes from a little bit of something I thought even then. Women have been at the forefront of Orissa's cultural and craft heritage, from our weavers of Sambalpuri saris to our Sabai grass artisans. How can Orissa's tourism sector empower women to take on more leadership roles, not just as custodians of heritage, but as entrepreneurs, guides, and decision makers in the industry?
Thank you, Akhitam. I think Orissa is a place where women is leading from front. In Mission Shakti, we have more than 70 lakhs women are organized, and my government is able to provide financial assistance to more than 80 lakhs women in just 6 months. So, in agro-tourism, in spiritual tourism, in cultural tourism, only women are leading. And you see the women-led development, and the central government has decided to develop women entrepreneurs in the tourist places. And now you see the high peak of Deomali, where the gate operated by the Mission Shaktis, and every tourist places you find the sanitary work, the Mission Shakti cafe, the Ormas leaded Mela, everything is controlling by women, and in future, Orissa will lead the tourism through their Grameen women. The rural women of Orissa will lead the tourism because our Prime Minister has encouraged us to do some small things to make a big change. So we are planning to involve women and create that change in future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, that's really insightful because, something to what Mr. Amitabh Kant just mentioned, boutique property offerings, all the experiences actually happen outside the boutique property. Whether we go to the Sabai grass weavers, the Dokra artisans, the handloom sari weavers, women have such a role to play in tourism and can really influence not just the economy, but also the experience to make it a premium experience. So thank you so much, and we look forward to being able to contribute to these schemes and initiatives and make sure we can propel a lot of the women to be part of the tourism journey of Orissa. Moving on, this is a question for the Commissioner cum Secretary, the Tourism Government of Orissa, Mr. Balwant. Start off with Chef Kapoor. Great. So this is something, interesting that I read to Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor. I was reading a recent Booking.com report, which actually said, can anyone guess the #1 reason the inbound and domestic market is traveling today? So before you answer, I'll just see if the audience has. Can anyone guess what's the #1 reason tourists are traveling today? Of course, the women are the first ones to answer in Orissa. It is actually food. Culinary tourism is the #1 leading reason why both inbound and domestic travelers are traveling. So to start off with that, to Padma Shri Chef Kapoor, Orissa's culinary treasures remain underexplored on the national and global stage. How can initiatives like food trails, regional food festivals, or even curated culinary experiences create a distinct identity for Orissa's gastronomy? And could you share an example of how food has been a successful anchor for tourism elsewhere?
Thank you, Akshita, and thank you for this honor. आप सभी को संजीव कपूर का प्यार भरा नमस्कार. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि दुनिया भर से लोग आए हैं. It's feeling very good to be part of this and to share this stage with the Honorable Deputy CM and a great supporter of mine, Mr. Amitabh Kant. जब लोगों को शेफ के बारे में नहीं पता था, he has always been a big supporter of chefs. So people like me have a lot to thank him for that. ये इतनी बार आने के बाद में जो पद्मश्री सुनाई दे रहा है, उसमें भी इनका बहुत बड़ा हाथ है इनके जैसे लोगों का. So must acknowledge that. I think before I talk about what Odisha can do, I think let me give you 2 case studies where I personally have worked very closely. So 2 governments I have worked, 2 countries I have worked very closely with. Many years ago it was with the Singapore government, where we were asked to define what food of Singapore is. And this is in early 90s, and few of us got together and we were commissioned by their tourism promotion board back then to think what the food of Singapore should be. And Singapore didn't really have food of its own. So we divided that, and we at that time called that as New Asia cuisine. And there were 3 parts which are popular. So there was native Chinese who were there, then there was Peranakan cuisine was there, and there was Malay cuisine that was there. So how do we talk, we didn't talk too much about this. So we picked up iconic dishes, some iconic dishes. We said that these are the dishes. I think if money is put behind them and continuously, consistently, lot of conversations are created around that, that would become food of Singapore. So before that, early 90s, go back, you didn't have Singaporean chili crab or laksa or fish head curry. They were not celebrated the way they are celebrated today. So all the focus went into defining few dishes, and that became food of Singapore. And that's it. There was no heritage, no culture in that sense, what we have here. Second case studies, again, we did a lot of work with the government of Australia. And again, what do you do? What is food of Australia? It is barbecue. And that was not something which was not something that could be celebrated that much. So we started work, and this was again commissioned by Australian Tourism Board. And we worked, and I'm very proud to say that the whole tourism campaign, the whole tourism money went into food. The whole tourism campaign for 3 years continuously. The campaign was called Restaurant Australia. The whole campaign, tourism campaign, was called, everything evolved around food. And so again, there were two things. We said, produce of Australia, it's fresh, it's natural. And then, like Mr. Khan said, we worked on creating or getting together best chefs, best experiences, worked on excellence. And all the conversations were built around creating exceptional experiences. So somebody at that time, the chef, the #1 restaurant was Noma, was brought in to talk food, take ingredients of Australia and create his expression of that. World came for that. So exceptional experiences were created. Australian tourism target was fast-tracked by 3 years. So food is critical. And this is something that I believe for many years, that we underplay food. While we talk about all our things, whatever, whether it's music, whether it's dance, whatever, I think these are experiences which are sensorial in nature. So you see a painting, you see with your eyes. You hear music, great music, you hear it with ears. You see a dance, you are seeing it. These are sensorial. Food is the only experience where all 5 senses are at play. All 5 senses, and that is underplayed by us. And I think we need to wake up. India as a country need to wake up, where we need to put a lot of money in creating food as one of the biggest vehicles. We are what we eat. It's not just the senses. It is not only pleasure for senses. It is something, it is what we become from it. And it's beyond that. Memory of food stays with you for a lifetime. It is something that emotes in a way that nothing else can emote. So I think if we can, just one thing we can do, we can bring food to fore, bring focus to it. I think everything needs food. And sitting in Odisha, I think the rich heritage culture, what is there? We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything new. There is so much. We just need to talk about it more. We need to start taking pride in it more. We need to create more conversations around it. Create more conversations will create more consumption. Anywhere. So this morning I went to a news channel, so they gave me a flower. They welcomed with flowers. I said, you know what? Rather than anybody, you are doing these flowers, and you can do. When anyone is going back, just take 200 grams, 100 grams of chana podo. Just give that to everybody. Just do that. People will carry it with you. You will be surprised that we may talk about, dishes that we know because we are immersed into it. But go 300 kilometers out of this state, there would be things people say, what? We don't know. They are not just hundreds, thousands of dishes. But then, that is a good thing and a bad thing both. We need to focus. So my suggestion is to start creating more conversations around food from Odisha, bring excellence into it, create experiences like no other, which cannot be delivered anywhere else. Give people a reason to emote with it much more than what is currently being done. And there is no reason, like Mr. Khan said, I also believe that every time I come here and I have somebody, sometime I have a dear friend sitting here, Saubhagya Mohapatra. not in his hotel I would eat at his house. Because I believe that experiences best are created at home, but hotels and boutique properties can then start to learn and start to deliver with a finesse. And once we start to do that, I think there is no way on earth that we are not talking this as a best destination in India. This can be the best destination that world would vie for. And from my side, I am giving my commitment, Ma'am Minister, that, and this is something I said to other people also here, that I am available to create content and conversations around food. I am willing to give my time to it. I think I owe this to this state, this great state of this legacy. I am committed and I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so inspiring, and Padma Shri Chef Kapoor, that was also on record. So now we know that we can call you back anytime to make that content. But thank you so much, because I think that, something you mentioned about creating those premium experiences with our cuisine, and something that I've always believed is, if everyone's grandmother went to any of the restaurants, we'd find 100 more Michelin star chefs. It's just that so much of the food we cook at home and we eat, we take for granted. So actually, I wanted to move on from this, talking, because something that comes up when we talk about creating these experiences is skilling and attracting the right stakeholders. Mr. Singh, if that's all right, I'd like to ask Dr. Jyotsna Suri a question first. Okay, great. So I think that, first of all, Dr. Jyotsna Suri is the chairperson and managing director of the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, which has had premium experiences and created product offerings that have been renowned all over the world, from Srinagar to Calcutta. So, my first question, and Dr. Suri said this to me in no uncertain words, was, cut the fluff and get straight to the point. So my 5-line question in one question is, how does Orissa, with all its offerings, with all its natural resources and beauty, and the right kind of talent, actually be able to attract more hoteliers? What can be strengthened to attract more investors and foster meaningful partnerships for the hospitality sector?
Thank you very much for that introduction. Namaskar to all of you. I'm delighted to be here in Bhubaneswar. Lots of friends, some lovely smiling faces sitting right in front of me. So Orissa has everything, as we've all heard, and we know it all. But there isn't enough information and there isn't enough exposure to the various other elements. As I was mentioning to you, that if I have to come to Orissa, I will not be in Bhubaneswar. I would like to go beyond Bhubaneswar. And where are those elements which are different? We've heard about the beaches and everything. What is unique about Orissa? And the two things that come out very clearly is Buddhism and your tribal. You have 65 different tribes that are here. We need to enhance that exposure. There isn't enough exposure. We've got a great green cover as well, but there's plenty of wildlife everywhere. But you have not been able to expose your Buddhist experience. We do know that Ashoka became Ashoka the Great only because he renounced war after Kalinga and adopted Buddhism. He became way more famous as a proponent of Buddhism than as a king. So in my mind, he was the mighty Emperor Ashok who promoted love and peace. And if anything is required in this world today, it is love and peace at this point. So I think more exposure to be given to these different elements, go beyond Bhubaneswar, that's one. There is a tourism policy. We are aware of the tourism policy. A little bit of tweaking on that, and Madam, we did meet with you through HAI, if you recall, and we gave you a small proposal. I have Mr. Mohanty sitting here as well. We gave you a small proposal of just tweaking a little elements. I'm not saying that we have to change the policy. The policy is very good. But if we were to tweak a little bit more, a few more tax incentives, availability of land. So one of the biggest problems that we have, and that's not only in Orissa, but anywhere in the country, is land. Because if you have to buy land at commercial value, then your hotel project becomes completely unviable. So if we were to find out or discover some of these spaces, allocate land, and I want to take a step back to Mr. Kant, because when he was promoting Kerala, he also promoted an area called Bekal. And I'm happy to say that Lalit was my husband Lalit was the first one to pick up a property there, and we have a beautiful hotel there. But it was, again, long lease, so it becomes affordable. Therefore, I think if Orissa focuses on two of its most important elements, that is Buddhism and its tribal areas, its tribes. Cuisine, of course, is a given, and I'm not going to debate on that at all. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and we all know that. So I'm going to cook a meal for you very soon, if I can get to your stomach at some point. But that's where I think we should look at, and I certainly think there's so much potential. Orissa truly has so much potential. All we need to do is to tap into it.
Dr. Suri, I'm going to, just on that note, I feel something that you said was really interesting, and all of us wonder about this as well, is there are certain factions where it's the government and private players who have to create land banks, who have to be able to, tweak policies or to invite the right stakeholders. But I think something that we always talk about as the youth in Orissa is skilling and job creation. We've heard from Mr. Kant, we've heard from all the panelists about tourism not just being a means to livelihood, but a multiplier of livelihoods. So how do you suggest that, how can the hospitality industry collaborate with not just the state government, but also with other partners and players to ensure local communities are adequately skilled and empowered to take advantage of these opportunities?
So it's very, it's a very unfortunate situation that while travel, tourism and hospitality is currently the largest employment generator and will continue to be so, we are all suffering from a lack of skilled manpower. Every single hotel chain, all of us are suffering from the lack of skilled manpower. So we have to up the game with all our IHMs, all our state-run organizations where we have training done. Private players have hospitality schools. We have a hospitality school as well, but then it's located in Faridabad. How do we harness the youth here? And that comes through the infrastructure that we already have, but we need to up that. And we, as a matter of fact, the Ministry of Tourism has taken on an initiative, and through Hotel Association of India, all of us have been doing this. We've adopted 5 IHMs. We've done training in Srinagar, we've done training in Jaipur, we've done training in Chandigarh, and we are planning to do a couple of trainings, in Madhya Pradesh as well. So I think it's a public-private partnership. Ministry of Tourism has taken this on. Vidyavati ji championed this cause, and a lot of us in the Hotel Association of India are all doing this. So there has to be a collaborative movement. It cannot be done just by the private players, and it cannot be done just by the government or the state. So we need to work together. The state needs to reach out to us hoteliers, because it's something that has to be done coming from them, that can we work together? And I can assure you, ma'am, if you reached out to us, we will be more than willing to support that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Surya, I agree with almost all the points you made except one, that I think the way to a woman's heart is also through food. And I'm sure that Padma Shri Chef Kapoor's TRPs will prove that, but who's watching?
What I said was a way to a man's heart, and what you said, a way to a woman's heart, is, and certainly women don't want weight down their waist. So we are very happy giving you the weight.
Great. But I think there were 2-3 points that you said that was really important, but the biggest takeaway I take from that is collaboration, with different partners coming together. And I think that one thing we all really appreciate in Orissa is just the willingness and openness that you all have shared on this stage to come out and collaborate. I think it takes it makes a lot of the entrepreneurs' minds here kind of willing to be like, how do we then step in as well? And takes the onus not just off the government, but on each individual player to contribute to this vehicle. Since we're talking about skilling, branding, marketing, I also want to take this question now to Mr. Amitabh Kant. Before I start, I want to give a quick personal anecdote, Mr. Kant. I come from a district called Mayurbhanj. It's one of Odisha's largest districts. And a little over a decade ago, it was one of India's aspirational districts. And when me and my sister were growing up, we realized that coming from an aspirational district, there's something about branding and marketing when you tell someone where you're from. And we realized we didn't want to be, we wanted to be the last generation that kind of had that tag, even though the tag was meaningful for the kind of partnerships we could indulge. So last year, actually, after we came back from New York City, after 10 years abroad, we decided to get into hospitality, entrepreneurship, and restore our family home to become a boutique hotel. Last year, Time magazine nominated Mayurbhanj as one of the 100 greatest places in the world to travel to. And the Belgariya Palace was listed in it. The only reason I say this anecdote is because a lot of the initiatives that you all have taken have actually trickled down to people like us who saw the potential of branding, marketing, and taking agency to own your story. Where I'm from will be remembered, and tourism was a great vehicle for sustainable development. So I wanted to ask you a question, Mr. Kant. Your leadership of the Incredible India campaign set a benchmark for branding and marketing Indian tourism globally. Given Odisha's unique blend of heritage, natural beauty, and cultural diversity, what strategic branding and marketing initiatives can the state adopt to position itself as a must-visit destination on the global tourism map?
Yeah. So first of all, let me congratulate you on this initiative of going back to your district and creating a great experience out of your heritage property. Aspirational districts were actually the most backward districts of India. They are the 115 of the most backward districts of India. The Prime Minister, when he started this campaign, said we'll not call them backward, we'll call them aspirational districts, so that they compete with each other and actually improve radically, and they do much better than other districts, and that's what's happened. And the great thing is that the aspirational districts in many parts of India have started doing better than the best performing districts. Because there was constant data, there was constant monitoring, there was constant judging of performance, and data was being put out in public domain, so everybody was being named and shamed. And, so collectors, elected representatives, everybody knew whether they're going up or down. So I think one of the great things that's happened is it's also created a sense of pride, as you've done. And my view is, much like you've come back from New York and you've done this great job, you need about 150 young people of Odisha to come back and create great experiences around Odisha. And 150 is a very small number, very small number. If they can be motivated non-resident Indians who are living abroad, who are willing to create great experiences around Odisha, and as far as handicrafts are concerned, and crafts are just, all kind of crafts exist in Odisha. If they can be created around the temples of Odisha, if they can be created around the cuisine of Kerala, if they can be created around the architecture of Odisha, if they can be created around, every single aspect of Odisha, 150 great experiences would take Odisha to another level, and that should all be based on the inherent strength of Odisha and not on what the Western world does. There should be a sense of pride, a sense of ownership. There should be a sense of great strength on the strengths of Odisha. And that no other state of Odisha has. And when you do that, then get the best agency to brand and market it and put it out into the world. That's what Odisha needs, a great branding campaign. But a great branding campaign, a brand is as good or as bad as the product is. If the branding is good and the product is bad, then it will not work. In Kerala, it worked as God's own country. It worked because the God's own country was created by private entrepreneurship. Much like Mrs. Suri created Bakel, many other people created resorts. And therefore, the experience has to move up the value chain from a $20 to a $500 destination. And that needs to be done. Now, many of these products, when you create the last mile, when we created the backwaters, there were no jetties. So, private sector came in with houseboats, but there were no jetties. The job of providing jetty, the job of providing road till a jetty was all the job of the Department of Tourism. The job was not to run hotels. In Odisha, the Odisha Tourism Development Corporation all runs hotels, etc. That is private. The hotels can't be run by government. Government is not equipped to run hotels. But government's job is to provide last mile connectivity. The hotels can only be run by the private sector as a business enterprise in terms of creating experience. So the last mile connectivity was all provided by, the jetties were built. But the houseboats are all run by young entrepreneurs who made it big. And that's what Odisha needs to do, to my mind. And that will take Odisha to another level of, that will make Odisha one of the greatest destinations of the world.
Thank you so much, sir. And on that note, talking about last mile connectivity and experiential offerings, I'm going to ask my question to Mr. Chetan Vora, the co-founder and managing director of Wedding Line. Mr. Vora, with your expertise in creating memorable luxury events, how can Odisha position itself as a preferred destination for weddings and MICE tourism, especially in scenic spots like Chilika or historical palaces from Bolangir and Tenkanal to Kalahandi and Mayurbhanj? What infrastructure or marketing strategies are critical for success in this segment?
Thank you, Akshita. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to start, and Sanjeev started this by giving us a few case studies. I'm going to give you a very simple case study. A few years ago, we were at an international destination, and we had a celebrity wedding to pull off. So I was called from here. It was an Indian celebrity getting married to an international celebrity, and we happened to be there. So I said, why are we going there? She said, I want a beautiful lake, and I want this backdrop to be a lake. So I said, okay, we'll go there. So we went there. It was exquisite. When we sat down at this beautiful hotel, and it was, this is the backdrop, this is how it's going to be, this is how the groom is going to come. All of that was discussed. And then we got into specifics, and we said, but it's an Indian wedding, and we need a barat. So the GM of the hotel was sitting there. He said, no barat. We don't understand. We can't have this. She said, I want him to come on an elephant. I said, we're sitting in another part of the world. Where am I going to produce an elephant? No, but he wants an elephant. I said, well, we clearly found the wrong place. And then we got into food. And we said, no, we need Indian chefs. And she said, the GM said, oh, we have only one Indian chef who can do limited food. So in that process, and this meeting went on for about a few hours, and I was getting more and more frustrated sitting as the planner, I just whispered to her, I said, if this was India, and knowing who you are, you would have everything on a platter. And that's exactly what, and she said, so why are we here? I said, let's go back. And that wedding, actually, we came back, we went to Rajasthan, we did it there. So that's actually the power of India. So to come back to it, what we've heard everybody say, and what we heard ma'am say, what we've heard Balwantji say, everything is, you've got the lakes, you've got the palaces, you've got the mountains, you've got everything possibly that any wedding planner or any wedding client really needs. But you've got it as the best kept secret. We live in a place, and in a generation, I've got 2 young daughters, they speak a language I don't understand. They send me messages saying LOL. I said, what is LOL? She said, laugh out loud. So then, it's now time not to keep it as a secret, but to shout it out loud. Let's shout it out. This is what we've got. This is what we can offer. And if the Pravasis who are our clientele, if they can come back and say, you can live there, you work there, your businesses are there, but come back to India, that's what we've started. And the Honorable Prime Minister, the government started Wed in India. We started propagating that this is actually there. So there are secrets, that secrets need to come out.
everything that you ask for, what does a wedding need? It needs great food. We've got the best food. It's got the best hospitality. It's got everything that you want. Today we've come on to understanding that it's not just weddings. Companies like us, people like us have started realizing that milestone celebrations have become huge. People earlier celebrated a 50th or 40th. Today they celebrate 23rds, 33rds, 43rds. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows when the next virus is going to come. It's going to take us all down. Celebrate as much as you can. So we've had all kinds of people coming out and celebrating. I had a client who called me up the other day and said, I just got promoted to a partner in a law firm. I'd like to take 150 people out. Give me a destination. We didn't have a product for that. We never had a product to say that how do you take, people come back and say, can you do birthday parties? Of course you can do birthday parties. It's no longer about putting up balloons, but it's about experiences. Like Mr. Khan said, you can actually make an experience out of anything that matters. We've done with sustainability becoming such a big aspect in our industry, we've stopped doing away with menus because we said we don't want to have miles and miles of food. We've done a wedding where we had 10 great chefs who just stood there. You went up to them, you asked them what you wanted to eat. He gave you a little starter to entertain you till he cooked your food and gave it to you hot on a plate. We realized that the markings on that were 30% less wastage that were going out on that. So I think from Odisha's perspective, and I have been now working with them very closely for the last few months, I've seen presentations that have happened on a worldwide forum. I think, ma'am, it's time to change your tagline, not keep it the secret, but let's start shouting it out, and I think we've got a big story ahead.
Thank you so much. I know we're running out of time, but I just wanted to ask Mr. Singh for one closing statement on, in 2036, Odisha will complete its centenary year.
I think Mr. Kapoor is late for flight. So thank you so much for all joining. On behalf of state government, I want to thank everyone, Amitabh Khan sir, all joining here. State is working mandated wise, 2036 vision. We will be 100-year-old as a state and country 2047 Vikasit Bharat. So we have mandate on work on tourism side. So we will work on our strength, what Amitabh Khan sir was telling, and we will not work second best. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was actually a thought-provoking discussion, and thank you, Ms. Akshita Bhanjadev, to steer this captivating conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving towards one of the most believed ritual of our country, Atithi Deva Bhava. We want to present a token of appreciation, a gesture of love. I would be requesting first DCM, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Madam Prabhati Parida, to present Uttarya and filigree rich artwork to Sri Amitav Kant, India's G20 Sherpa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is time for a big round of applause. Please show some energy. Thank you. Secretary sir presenting traditional Patachitra art. I'd be requesting Secretary sir to present token of appreciation, Uttarya, memento and a piece of art to Padma Shri, Sri Sanjeev Kapoor. Silver City Cuttack is known for its rich filigree artwork, and we have a memento which is made out of same. Thank you. I'll be requesting again Secretary sir to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Joshna Suri, CMD, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. With a big round of applause, everyone, come on. Sri Chetan Bhora, Co-founder and Managing Director, Wedding Line. Thank you for your valuable addition in the panel discussion. And I request all the dignitaries present on the dais to please come forward for a group photograph. Certainly we don't want to miss this canon moment. Galaxy of intellectuals, achievers, trendsetters in one frame. And we had completed the session, the discussion on Odisha, unraveling India's best kept secret. Ma'am, a group photograph. I'd be requesting everyone's participation. A group photograph of our set of dignitaries present on the dais. I request our Director, Tourism, Shri Samat Verma, to please come and join us. Lot many takeaways from this session. It was really fruitful and quite interesting, participative. Thank you so much. Thank you, Department Tourism, Government of Odisha. Thank you to all the dignitaries. We will just take a couple of minutes. We will get ready for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned. We are starting the next session. Our next session is quite important because this is meant for all of you. Viksit Odisha 2036, let's learn about our respective roles, contribution, and what the experts are there to offer to us as piece of advice. And of course, there will be different valuable takeaways. Thank you so much. Please stay tuned. cum ACS, Planning and Convergence Department, Government of Odisha, Madam Anu Garg, who would be moderating the session. As our befitting panelists, we have Dr. Deepak Mishra, Director and CEO, Indian Council for Research and International Economic Relations, ICRIER, Mr. Abhinav Bindra, Padma Bhushan Awardee and founder of Abhinav Bindra Foundation, Mr. Bruce Poh, Chief Skills Officer, World Skills Center, Odisha, Dr. Rashes Ella, Chief Development Officer, CDO, Bharat Biotech, Mr. P.L. Harnad, IRTS Chairperson, Paradip Port Authority. We welcome our amazing speakers, panelists for the last session of day 1, Vikasit Odisha, the road ahead. Namaskar, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates and honored dignitaries. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to this pivotal session at Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Day 1, Vikasit Odisha, the road ahead. As Odisha approaches its centenary in 2036, the state envisions itself as a key contributor to the vision of Vikasit Bharat. Rich in heritage and endowed with natural resources, Odisha is on a transformative journey fueled by innovation, inclusivity, and sustainable development. With a focus on sectors like agriculture, technology, healthcare, education, and infrastructure, Odisha is building a roadmap that aligns with global benchmark. The state's strategic initiatives in renewable energy, skill development, industrial growth ensure a balance between progress and environmental sustainability. Ports like Paradip have established Odisha as a trade hub, while initiatives in biotechnology and sports leadership position the state as a trailblazer. By 2036, Odisha aspires to uplift its communities, enhance living standards, and create an equitable economy. This journey reflects the spirit of resilience and ambition, making Odisha an indispensable pillar in the dream of a developed India by its centennial year. That's why I always believe and say, what Odisha thinks today, India thinks tomorrow. Let us begin by acknowledging the inspiring leadership that is driving this vision forward. Chairing the session, we have with us, please give a thundering round of applause on stage. We have Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, Minister of Agriculture, Farmers Empowerment, Energy, Shri Kanakvardhan Singh Dev. To moderate this session, we have Ms. Anu Garg, Development Commissioner, ACS, Planning and Convergence Department, Government of Odisha. As our esteemed panelist, we have Dr. Deepak Mishra, Director and CEO, Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. We have Mr. Abhinav Bindra, Padma Bhushan Awardee, the founder of Abhinav Bindra Foundation. We welcome you, Mr. Bruce Poh, Chief Skills Officer, World Skills Center, Odisha. Dr. Rashes Ella, Chief Development Officer, Bharat Biotech. Mr. P.L. Harnad, IRTS Chairperson, Paradip Port Authority. Everyone, please give a thundering round of applause. Sir, we welcome you. It's nice to see you after Purva Day here as a befitting panelist. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Moderating this engaging discussion, we also have Mr. Shashwat Mishra, Principal Secretary, Finance Department, Government of Odisha. Okay. I know. He's there downstairs. Okay. Thank you so much. Moderating this engaging discussion is none other than Srimati Anu Garg, Development Commissioner, cum Additional Chief Secretary, whose invaluable contributions have consistently propelled Odisha towards progress. A big round of applause. Ma'am, over to you for setting the context and welcome address.
So good evening, everyone. Chairman of today's session, the Deputy Chief Minister of Orissa, all my colleagues, experts in their respective fields, on the dais, off the dais, members of the diaspora, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome to our beautiful state and this lovely temple city of Bhubaneswar. This particular session on Vikasit Odisha, the road ahead, basically a vision for Orissa, could not have come at a better time. Actually, the state is now working on a vision document for 2047, what Orissa will look like after 22 years. But before that, we have another important milestone in 2036, when Orissa turns 100. Orissa was created in 1936, and so in 2036 is a very, very important milestone for us, and we want to achieve a lot to make it Orissa of our dreams. In this vision document, our basic premise are three. One, like any other state, we want Orissa to have a more number of ports, more infrastructure, more airports, more flights, more industries, basically a lot of prosperity. But along with that, the second pillar is wellness. We want our people to be well, to be fit, and nutrition levels to be high. So that is another very important pillar. And the third pillar, which becomes very important in the Orissa context, is equity, where we want geographical equity across regions of Orissa. We want people to prosper, we want people to have the best of health, but also social equity and economic equity. The cross-cutting themes in this vision document that we will be coming out with, apart from special chapters on industrialization, on corridors, on how we want to use urbanization as the engine of growth, we also have some cross-cutting themes. And those cross-cutting themes are the resilience to climate changes that are going to take place in the next 22 years, women's empowerment, which will continue to be a very big driving force, governance reforms to be able to achieve all that we are envisioning, basically ensuring ease of living. And another very important thing for us is how we will engage with the community, how the community will contribute to this vision. And two immediate examples that come to mind are, one, the diaspora sitting here, how they are contributing to the development of the country, of their respective states, and that type of contribution. And the other is that when we were making this document, we started a portal which was open to all the citizens, all the Odias and all others who have love for Orissa in their hearts, and we got 3,22,000 responses to contribute to this document that we are making. So we want more and more engagement from the citizens, so that will be another very, very important part of our vision for Orissa. The state, ladies and gentlemen, has already transitioned from a low-income state. You may remember it used to be clubbed with the Bimaru states. No longer. We are already a medium income state, but our aspiration is to become a high income state. We have been doing a lot of things. Just to give you an example, this is a state which has organized 2 World Hockey Cup finals, and the whole entire World Cup hockey was held here in Orissa. Not once, but 2 times, not only in Bhubaneswar, but also in Rourkela, where we built the largest stadium of the world, largest hockey stadium of the world in only 15 months. So when we set our mind to it, we always do things. And what we are now looking at is how to grow our economy, which at present is a $100 billion economy, how we will take it to $500 billion by 2036, and eventually 1.5 trillion. I know it's a tall order, but that by 2047. And in doing that, we have lot of ideas, and you must be very intrigued by the kind of panel we have, the different types of people in this panel. We have the Deputy Chief Minister, who will be talking to us about the new government's vision for this, and he will be talking from his very, very long years of experience in this. And we have an economist, we have a skills specialist, we have somebody from biotechnology, a young leader, we have a sports icon who has been working very extensively with the state government. We have Paradeep Port Authority Chairman, who will be talking to us about port-led development, which for a state like Orissa, which has a long coastline of 480 kilometers, this is a thing which we have identified as a means of moving ahead. And so we are really looking forward to this discussion. So we will be starting our discussion, and I will be requesting Dr. Deepak Mishra, who is the Director and Chief Executive of the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, ICRIER. He is incidentally born in Orissa, and we will be requesting Dr. Mishra to tell us how the state economy can be taken further. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure and a privilege to be part of this 18th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. Many thanks to Development Commissioner Ms. Garg for inviting me. Let me begin with His Excellency Shri Kanak Bardhan Singh Deo, Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Odisha, my fellow panelists, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the diaspora community. Somebody should stop this noise. I don't know what's happening. But anyway, let me go ahead. So I'm going to talk to you about how do we leverage the diaspora for talent, for ideas, and as role models in a quest for Viksit Odisha. I'll begin my presentation with a chart which is one of the most cited chart in the economic literature because it captures 2,000 years of economic history in one chart. It tells you the fluctuating economic fortunes of countries across 2,000 years. So on the x-axis, if you can see the picture on your screen, it starts with 1 AD. That's the start of the modern civilization, and it goes all the way to the current year. And on the y-axis, you have the global GDP. And it shows which country contributed how much to global GDP in which year. This graph was not made by me or an Indian economist. This was done by two very prominent, famous American economists. And what you see in this graph, it shows that two countries, India and China, were the most prosperous and developed country in the world for 1800 years. Only in the last 300 years that India and China became much poorer, and amazingly 40% of the global GDP came from India. Fast forward to 1947, by the time India became independent, that 40% has become 4%. So out of every 100 rupees, India used to produce 40% at its peak, which became 4% or 4 rupees out of 100. The post-independence period, it was no good. 50s, 60s, 70s, India continued to languish and grow at a very slow pace. Only after the 91 liberalization that you see India starts to grow again,
and its share starts to slowly expand. So the question before this House is, can India restore its preeminent position in the global economic order by 2047, which is when we want to produce at least 20 to 25% of global GDP coming out of India? Is that possible? If you go by the economic performance of India over the last 30 years, it's a very eminent goal that we can achieve. Because what it shows is, you see the growth rate that India contributes to the global growth rate has constantly increased over the last 40 years. We were at 4% in the 1980s, we went to 5, 7, 10. Now we are contributing 12% of the global growth every year. So you can imagine if this good streak continues, we could easily come to 20-25% of the global growth contribution. But this is not going to be automatic, this is not going to be assured. We have to work hard for it and we have to do good policies, but this is within the grasp of India. What about Odisha? Ladies and gentlemen, Odisha is a standout in India's success story. That's because if India is outperforming the world, Odisha is outperforming India. So the picture on the left shows you what was Odisha contribution to India GDP in 1981. That was 3.7%. Over 20 years, it went on a secular decline and we hit the rock bottom around early 2000 at 2.3%. Since then, Odisha has been on an upswing. Now we are close to again to 3 to 3.5%, the growth in the share that we had in 1981. And if this trend continues, Odisha should get to 5% of national GDP by 2036, which is the 100 years of centenary for Odisha. What does 6% mean or 5% mean? If you look at the picture on the right, that means Odisha will have a GDP close to $600 billion. That looks like a big number given that we are at 115 billion in 2024. It means Odisha will be 6 times larger over the next 14 years. Is that possible? Again, if you look back, Odisha has grown 10 times between 1999 and 2024. So again, it's within our grasp, but we need to do the right policies to get there. And Odisha is very well positioned for success for the following reasons. I'm just going to selectively quote few indicators just to show you. First thing, many of you may not know that Odisha is one of the most industrialized states in the country after Gujarat. Odisha's industry accounts for 43% of GDP compared to 28% for all India. Similarly, the labor force participation rate among women in Odisha is much, much higher than what you see in India. And this is very important. 3% of women in the age group of 15 to 65 are in the labor force in Odisha compared to only 28 in India. And take it from me that states which are going to have more women in the labor force are going to attract more industry, are going to grow more faster, and are going to experience more inclusive growth in the next 2 decades, and Odisha is very well positioned for it. Third is, again, a big news that I'm sure many of you know. Despite all this infrastructure investment that you see, Odisha is the least indebted state government in the country today, with only 16% of debt to GDP compared to 28% for the rest of India. It's even better than Maharashtra and Gujarat. And then when it comes to poverty, despite having per capita income below national average, Odisha poverty and multidimensional index is similar to all India. So Odisha is very well positioned to take advantage of its good endowment, but is this enough? Can these things catapult Odisha to $600 billion economy by 2036? Ladies and gentlemen, my view is not. Why not? So what else Odisha needs to do? I could give you a lot more numbers and equations and graphs and data to tell that. Instead, I'll give you 3 stories. What should Odisha need to do to get to its aspiration? And I'll end up with one suggestion. The first story is the economic history that I studied when I went to school in Odisha. So most economic history book in Odisha in the 1970s started with this very dramatic statement saying Odisha is rich, but its people are poor. That was the narrative that I grew up going to the school and listening to my teachers. Fast forward to 2020 or current years, Odisas are no more poor. In fact, Odisas are very powerful. They're smart, they're intelligent, they're taking over, India and the rest of the world. And this is just a few diaspora from Odisha who are in corridors of power in Delhi. But imagine the rich diaspora, the network, the smart diasporas of India who are scattered across the whole world. And out of that, many Odisas are doing extremely well. Whether you go to Middle East, you go to North America, you'll be very surprised to see the vibrant Odia community over there. So the first idea I want to leave it with, how do we leverage diaspora for the talent? The second story comes from Vietnam. So the second story comes from Vietnam. I was a country economist for the World Bank posted in Hanoi office. So one day I got a call from a People's Committee, thank you so much, People's Committee chairman from a province called Thanh Hoa. And Thanh Hoa is a small, tiny province in Vietnam. Vietnam has 62 provinces. So it's like a small district in Orissa. Think of Baleswar. So this Thanh Hoa People's Committee chair, which is like the equivalent to, district collector or the chief minister of that state, calls and says, can you come to my office? I want to have an important discussion with you. I showed up in his office, which is about 100 kilometers from Hanoi, and he said, look, last month, the national government had authorized to set up a refinery in Thanh Hoa. And I want to understand the economics of refinery, and I want you to help me to set up a study tour to Jamnagar in Gujarat. I was just, taken aback that how did he know about Jamnagar in Gujarat? And on the way, he said, by the way, I also heard that they have a very dynamic chief minister. Can you set up a meeting with me so that I can learn from him? I mean, imagine a district collector in a small district in Baleswar having the knowledge about which is the place which is the best refinery in the world. How do I learn the economics of refinery so that I can prepare my state for it? So he wanted to know the upstream activities with the refinery, the downstream activities, the people kind of thing they have to do, the land they have to acquire, the new things that they can create with the refineries. All those things he wanted to know, and he had done his homework to know that he wanted to come to Jamnagar. And he said, because you're an Indian, you have connections, so I'm asking you to help me to set this up. That study tour did happen by the time I had left Vietnam, but just to give you that how much in East Asia, people start to think about collecting good ideas, and here the diaspora can be a big platform for Odisha policymakers to seek good ideas from the rest of the world. My third story comes from what I call Making Millions journey from Mayurbhanj to Maryland and back. And this is a very personal story. I was born in a place called Bethnoti in Mayurbhanj district. Until very recently, I did not know that almost all my formative years was spent around a national park called Simlipal. Some of you obviously in Orissa, they know, but the diasporas who don't know about Simlipal, you should certainly visit it. It's a terrific place. But what was funny was, for first 12 years of my life, I was born in Bethnoti, I was studying in Rairangpur, Jassipur, Bisoi. This was my first 12 years of my life. And with me, there were hundreds and thousands of friends and students and family members who all studied there. And what was holding many of us back, as I look back, was our ambition. We did not have a role model like the way people in Gujarat have. When you go to villages in Kutch and ask them, what do you want to become? They want to be a big industrialist like Dhirubhai Ambani. If you go to Hyderabad and ask kids, what do you want to be? They want to be Satya Nadella. The girls in Chennai wants to be Indra Nui and run Fortune 500 companies. In India, at least during my time, I was limited by the ambition, by entrepreneurship, and not having the role model. And I think the diaspora can be the perfect role model for the Odia youth. So this is the three ideas that, stories that I had. What the diasporas will offer: talent, ideas, and a source of being role model. What do they bring that we need for Orissa? We need greater capacity, both in government and in private sector. We need know-how, technologies, ideas, and we need to fire the youth with ambition and entrepreneurship. So my suggestion to the Deputy Chief Minister is, let's think of a SWAT or a crack team on diaspora and development. Let's strengthen the Pravasi Odiyas and Bharatiyas link to their Janmabhoomi. And some of you say, but where about the money? Because that's what the diasporas are good for. But take it from me, I was a diaspora for many years. Emotional bond trumps financial linkages anytime. So if you can establish those emotional links, you would be able to see the money coming through. But let's start with the heart and not with the pocket. With that, I have some very specific ideas, but I'm running out of time, so I leave it, but I'd like to have a discussion with the Deputy Commissioner about how do we take this idea forward. Thank you so much, and if you want to reach me, the best way to get me is through my LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deepak. We will now be requesting Mr. Abhinav Bindra. I think all of us have heard of his name, and we are very, very proud of him as the first Indian to win an individual gold medal at the Olympics in men's 10-meter air rifle event in 2008 Olympics, and many, many, many more awards after that. But, ladies and gentlemen, what he's here to speak to us about is about what Odisha's vision for sports can be. Already, there are a large number of things that we are doing with Abhinav Bindra Foundation, but I will let Mr. Bindra speak on that. Yes, as you wish. If you feel more comfortable like this.
Well, thank you very much, firstly, for having me on this panel. It goes to show that, the leadership, of course, nationally, but also in the state, really believes in the transformational power of sport. It's wonderful to be always back in Odisha, in Bhubaneswar, which I really think is the sporting capital of our country. The infrastructure here is magnificent, and just the interest for sport amongst the people has been absolutely wonderful to see. And also today, the greatest applause which we've heard so far is for sport. So I'm just very happy on that. I think sport can play a very, very important role in the further development of Odisha. I think Odisha has done very, very well to develop sport at the elite level, to give the youth of Odisha a lot of chances to become elite athletes. But going forward, I envision how sport can contribute in a larger way. I think sport can contribute to many, many areas in the vision document, ma'am, what you had just talked about. And I'd like to talk about a few elements on how sport can be can play a very important role. I'll start with health. I think it is absolutely critical to make Odisha a healthy state. The people of Odisha have to be physically healthy, they have to be mentally healthy. And for that, I think sport can play a very, very important role. Physical inactivity levels are at all-time high, and that is something with the younger generation, with the youth, we're just seeing a very physically inactive generation. So here sport can really, really play a very meaningful role to make young kids get involved in sport, not just for winning in sport, not just for the glory of becoming champions, but just playing sport for the sheer joy of playing sport, for becoming healthier people, both physically and mentally. Physical inactivity is going to give rise to a larger number of non-communicable diseases. So the role of sport there can be absolutely massive. I'll talk about education. The role of sport is going to play a very, very important role, and we are already doing quite interesting work through the Olympic Values Education Program. What we'll see in the course of the next 10, 12 years is that there is going to be massive disruption also in education through artificial intelligence. We're already seeing that come through. But what AI will never be able to achieve is instill and imbibe values into young kids. And the role of sport there is going to be absolutely immense. There is no better activity than sport to build character in young people. Sport teaches us a thing or two about winning, but it also teaches us how to fail, it teaches us resilience, it teaches us teamwork, and all the wonderful things that sport teaches us, and the values that young people can imbibe through sport will be invaluable life lessons to the young kids of this state. You talked about equality. I'll talk about something called gender equality. Through our programs in Odisha, we've managed to get many young girls to play sport, to just play sport for the sheer joy of playing sport. Many of them will become champions, most of them won't. But they will become a more confident people. They'll become more confident in whatever they want to do in life. So I think sport has the power to break a lot of glass ceilings. I'll give you a very small story and a very interesting story. When we started the Olympic Values Education program here in Odisha, we noticed that girls in physical education classes in school would not venture out to play in classes, in those sports classes. So what we did was we changed the rules of the game and we made all our events mixed team in nature. So the girls were forced out to the playgrounds. Of course, the boys were a little bit grumpy the first week, but after the first week, they realized that the girls were really good. And one of the most beautiful things that happened was we recently did a sports tournament for these OVEP schools, 100 OVEP schools, and we did a football tournament, and you'll be surprised and happy to know that 64 of those 100 schools had girls leading those mixed teams. And it was most of the boys who actually made girls the captains. So sport really has that power to break glass ceilings, to bring in that role of equality. So sport there can play a very important role. About economy, I think, of course, hosting events, it attracts tourism, it attracts investment, and it can play a very important role in economy. But I'll go back to my earlier point that I was trying to make. We're also going to try and make Odisha and, of course, India a global workforce. But this global workforce also has to be a productive workforce. And they have to be a healthy workforce. And the role that sport can play there is going to be very, very meaningful. So just to end, I'd just like to say that there's great work happening in sport in Odisha. I acknowledge it as the sports capital of this country. But what I would really like to reinforce is that while you work on your vision documents and while you work on your policy going forward, I'd love to see sport more mainstream. So far, what we've seen, not just in Odisha, but across the country, that sport has grown in a silo. But what we can do is that we can mainstream sport in all these areas that we talked about, in health, in education, in urban development, to build community sporting infrastructure, to give young people across the state an opportunity to simply go out and play. And I'm sure if we will be able to achieve that and do that, sport will be a very meaningful contributor to the development of Odisha. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Abhinav. Actually, some time back when I had gone to a district, very remote district of Malkangiri, so there in a tribal hostel for girls, I asked those girls, if there's one thing that you would want to ask me as a state government representative that you want to have very desperately, I thought they will say we want a television or we want a library or we want this or that, but they said we want to play hockey. So there in a remote district, there were girls who wanted to play hockey only because the state has really taken up the cause of hockey. Thank you very much, Abhinav. And we will now be requesting Mr. Bruce Poe. Mr. Bruce Poe is the Chief Skills Officer at World Skills Center here. And he has been the former CEO of ITEES in Singapore and has his MBA from NUS. He has been helping us in taking the skills story ahead. And today we will request him to tell us what the skill ecosystem should look like in Orissa by 2036 and maybe then by 2047. Mr. Bruce Poe.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Sri Kanat Vanan Singh Dio, distinguished guests, participants. It's an honor for me to be here to speak to you about skills development and training. Now, when you talk about economic development of a country or a state, inevitably you will talk about the need for skills manpower. So skills manpower is very important and integral to the economic development of a country or a state. I come from, in my earlier working life, working for the Singapore Economic Development Board. And it's interesting to note that in the Economic Development Board at that time, there's a manpower development division, which I belongs to. And what does the manpower development division in EDB does in Singapore? Simply to train the manpower that is needed for the kind of FDI, foreign direct investment, needed for Singapore. And we are talking about cutting edge kind of skills and technology needed at that time. And we have many training centers, training institutions cater to develop excellent skilled manpower for the needs of the industry of the day. And what does it require? It requires you to, in a way, forecast what type of skills that's needed with the industry that you need to attract to establish in the particular, for that matter, Singapore. And similarly, I think for Odisha, you need to look at that kind of perspective. So in Singapore, you have this very, I would say, pursuit for the type of skills that is relevant to the industry. So you got to actually know the pulse of industry and what are the type of manpower needed for industry. I can remember, as a young officer, I have to visit industry like, 2 times a week at least, while I'm doing, skills, manpower, and training. And it's important that we don't lose sight of what the industry do. And moving forward to, 2024, 2025, and beyond, you can see that the pace of change in the industry is gathering speed. So the notion of, change is a constant is even invalid because it's the acceleration of the industry, need for change in technology and so on, that the skills need to keep up to that kind of speed. Which means that inevitably, you need to train the trainers to keep up the speed of this industry change. And it's important to have an ecosystem within your training ecosystem to provide training for your teachers so that they can keep up the pace with industry. And I can say that the half-life of knowledge in the skills area is getting shorter and shorter because industry is moving faster and faster. So that's a big challenge in itself. So in Odisha, we have partnered with the Odisha Skills Development Authority to set up the World Skills Center. And we have developed, in trades, in the manufacturing area, in the facility management, and also the hospitality area. And going forward, we are looking at the new skills area, areas where if you want to go into manufacturing, you are talking about global skills. The standards should be on par with what the world demands because you are manufacturing for the world. Singapore has gone through that stage in the 70s, 80s, 90s. And similarly, I think Odisha, with all the investment coming in, will also need that kind of planning for the skills that's needed in the future. So going forward, we are looking at new skills in area of IT, IT-enabled services, semiconductor manufacturing, even AI applications, and many more, other areas that is of, importance to Odisha. And Odisha is training for the world, besides, training for the state itself. So you must make sure that you're plugged into what the world requires in terms of skilled manpower. In Singapore, we like to do things in a very, orderly fashion. When we want to transform the industry in Singapore, we have a very high-level committee called the Committee of Future Economy. And they come out with a report after many months and years of deliberation, including, inputs from the industries. We come up with what we call 23 industry transformation maps. And each sector of the industry is targeted and what is needed to transform the industry itself so that you can keep pace with what are the changes in the world and maybe keep in the forefront of that particular sector. And inevitably, if you look down, the next stage, what are the skills required to tackle some of this industry transformation, you find that one common thread is digitalization. Digitalization will impact all the 23 kind of sectors that we have in Singapore. And over here, it will be the same thing. Having said that, with the generative AI coming on board, there's also a need that, various sectors need to have AI applications incorporated in the skills areas. So these are areas that will inevitably come upon you. If you don't transform, you will just, fade away. So in your skilling, you must always be cognizant of what the industry needs and want, and what is the next step, and prepare your institution, particularly your trainers, to be able to keep up to pace with what the industry wants. So in short, the future of, or the next phase of the World Skills Center will be looking at some of these skills area, and we are going to look at skilling not just in Budamaneshwar, but all the other districts of Odisha as well. And we are looking at, for example, zonal ITIs, what can be, the training, programs in those areas. And there are so many areas that we can think of. And eventually, it's the youth that will be benefiting from this. And the youth are looking for not only jobs, but jobs that will pay well. So hopefully, we can put our act together, and maybe with the participation of the diaspora here, with contribution, as particularly, partnership with industry is very critical in our skilling efforts. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Poe. And actually, when we were thinking of the vision for skills, we were thinking of the tagline, skilled in Orissa, skilling for the world. So we are now thinking how our boys and girls can get skilled enough to go to all parts of the world. And with that, I would now like to request Dr. Rachis Ella. Dr. Ella is the Chief Development Officer at Bharat Biotech, based in Hyderabad. And though he is a clinician by profession, but he is also heading Bharat Biotech as its Chief Development Officer, and has a strong background in biotechnology. And that is something on which we would like him to speak, how we can grow in this specialized area of biotechnology. Dr. Ella.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. I hope I'm audible. I think before I start off, I would like to probably explain to you the difference between biotechnology and pharmaceuticals. You're probably very much aware of what pharmaceuticals are. So those are small molecules Those are tablets that you take or injectables that you take, which are very small molecules. Biotechnology is a culmination of various sciences to engineer cells to express a protein of desired interest. You were essentially making therapeutics, vaccines, or gene therapies that are liquid biologics that can either cure cancer or prevent an infectious disease. So you can understand there's a fair amount of sophistication in biotechnology. That being said, I work for a company by the name of Bharat Biotech. For those of you who are in Bhubaneswar, you probably received a vaccine that we manufactured by the name of Covaxin. We've also manufactured several other vaccines for children and infants. Approximately 1 out of 3 children born in this world receive a vaccine manufactured at our 3 facilities in Hyderabad, Gujarat, and Bhubaneswar as well. We're recently commissioning our flagship manufacturing facility here, north of Daspur, in an 8-acre facility that I'll be talking to you a little bit more about. And our philosophy, at least in the biotech sector, at least for Bharat, is our vision is to develop global South solutions for global South diseases. In the pandemic or in other circumstances when you have outbreaks, you really can't rely on multinationals to come and service a country the size of India. It's very important for India to be self-reliant and also Odisha to be self-reliant as well. And with that vision, we decided to venture into this space of vaccines and to innovate in this world as well. We're the first developers of a few novel vaccines that is based on our own intellectual property and based on our own clinical data as well. These vaccines do take anywhere between 5 years to 15 years to come to fruition, and we've been doing that successfully well. And I think through our interactions with the state of Odisha, they've been extremely long visioned. I would say their vision is primarily to foster an industry of biotechnology in Odisha, not a pharmaceutical industry, but primarily a biotechnology industry, which is even more, which actually I'll have to go to Dr. Poe to get some advice on skill training. But the new policies from the state, the Science and Technology Department are extremely encouraging. For those of you who are in the life sciences and biotechnology sector, I encourage you to produce those documents. Some of the subsidies, some of the CapEx investments are extremely lucrative to attract talent and also foster such innovation and investments as well. Lastly, I would just like to point out that though our plan is to make Global South solutions for Global South diseases, we'll also like to make therapeutics and vaccines from Odisha for the Global South. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ella. And we are very, very thankful to you for Covaxin and for saving so many lives. The next panelist is Mr. P.L. Haranad. He is the chairperson of Paradeep Port Authority, an officer of IRTS, the Indian Railway Traffic Service, has long years of experience in logistics and transportation. And we in Odisha want to see port-led development. And what better person than Mr. Haranad to tell us how Paradeep Port itself is going to transform itself and how further we can go for port-led development.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Orissa, Anugarg Madam, the Developmental Commissioner, the esteemed co-panelists, and the erudite audience, good evening to all of you. As you all know that the Indian economy is rapidly progressing. It is going to touch 7 trillion economy mark by 2030 and more than 30 trillion economy mark by 2047 under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. Normally, the Indian ports growth rate versus the GDP growth rate is normally in the range of 1.1x to 1.5x. That means if the GDP grows at one, then normally 1.1 rate, the Indian ports grow. Even if you consider that The port growth is 1x of the GDP growth. The current volumes which are handling at the Indian ports today is 1600, less than 1600, 1540 million tons, will go up to 2400 million tons by 2030. That means in a span of about 6 years, we are required to handle about more than 800 million tons at our ports. So the need of the hour is to expand the capacity so that the real potential of this EXIM traffic will be realized by the Indian economy. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has announced a maritime vision he has unveiled at Mumbai last year. As per the vision, the Indian port capacity from the existing 2600 million tons is expected to go up to 10,000 million tons by 2047. Coming to Orissa, Orissa is a state which is mineral rich, known for its highest level of ease of doing business and facilitation to the investments and low power tariffs and all that. We have 3 ports in Orissa as on date. The Paradip is the major port and Dhamra and Gopalpur are the non-major ports. And another 12 non-major ports are under development. And though the Orissa has a coastline of about 6% of the total coastline of India, the EXIM traffic handled at Orissa ports is last year is a 13% of the total EXIM traffic handled by the India. That means a huge, so it is almost double than its capacity it has been able to do it. Then last year, the total exports worth of about $12 billion have been exported from the state of Orissa. That is the standard of Orissa. Last year, all the 3 ports put together, we handled about 200 million tons. The Paradip has emerged as the #1 major port of the country with 145 million tons. And the other Dhamra and Gopalpur have done the rest. Out of this 200 million tons, we handle 85% coal, crude, iron ore only. Now, the Paradip port, I will talk about little bit specific about the Paradip port because it is the major port in the state of Orissa. We are taking a number of steps towards the path of Vikasit Bharat as well as the Vikasit Orissa. The first one, as I told, that we are required to expand our capacities at the ports, failing which we will not be able to handle our EXIM traffic which will be offered in the next 5-6 years by the economy. We are on the spree of massive expansion. Today, the Paradip port is about 289 to 290 million ton capacity. It will increase to 400 million tons by 2030 and 500 million tons by 2047. This will be the first port in India to cross the 500 million ton capacity mark. And apart from that, we are also equipping these berths with the most state-of-art machinery. Today, the Paradip port is the port with highest productivity among all the Indian ports. We handle more than 33,000 tons per berth, per vessel per day, which is the highest. We want to take it to 50,000 tons. So we want to put the most state-of-art of machinery at all the berths. And second important thing in any port is so that the draft is nothing but the depth to which a loaded vessel sinks. So if the harbor is deeper, and automatically the higher draft vessels can be brought in. Higher draft means higher volumes it can bring. So today the Paradip port is 16-meter drafts vessels only can come. That means vessels with 1 to 1.5 lakh tons of cargo only can come. Now in a couple of years, less than a couple of years, already the project is on, we will make the Paradip port Cape compliant. That means the draft will be increased to 18.5 meters, which means the biggest vessels which carry 2.5 lakh tons, 3 lakh tons of cargo in a single vessel can come and can be handled at the port. Because of the economies of scale of economy, so the logistic cost will come down substantially once you bring the bigger vessels. So all the industrialists, all the exporters and importers of the Orissa will get hugely benefited by this increase in the draft. It is estimated that $10 to $12 per ton will be reduced, which is a substantial amount for the exporters, importers with the increase in the draft. The third important step which you are taking as a part of the Vikasit Odisha and Vikasit Bharat is the port-led industrialization. Now, gone were the days when we used to keep, earlier what we were doing is we were developing the ports closer to the industrial area. Now we are trying to bring the industries closer to the ports. The port-led industrialization is the important arm of the Sagarmala that has been launched by the government of India. As a part of the Sagarmala program, already we have allotted almost 5-6 players, almost 800 acres of our limited land has been allotted to tank farms, to pellet plants, to multimodal logistic farms, for CFSs, to cater the container traffic. Almost 9,000 crores of investment is expected to come next 3 to 4 years, and which will give us 50 million tons of captive cargo for the Paradip. Port-led industrialization, the industries will become captive to the port. It is a win-win situation. They will get lesser logistic cost, and I will get the cargo captive. The fourth important step which you are taking is the cargo diversification. Traditionally, the ports of Orissa were concentrating on coal, iron ore and crude. These are the only 3 cargoes which constitutes 85 to 95% of the port traffic. But we have a lot of other cargo which is getting diverted to the ports of other states. In the process, they are incurring huge logistic costs. Some of the industries are spending about 50 to 60 crores additional logistic costs, and which is then they become globally incompetitive. So, government of Orissa has supported us, the first of its kind. No other state has done this kind of initiative, no maritime state. Orissa government has given VGF and for attracting the container liners traffic. Because the container liners were not coming to Paradip. Anyhow, they were getting the cargo either at Kolkata port or Visakhapatnam port. But the logistic cost of the exporters is going up highly. So they wanted about at least 250 minimum containers should be available for each call. So in the initial periods, it will be very difficult to get 250 minimum containers for each call. That's where government of Orissa has floated an expression of interest. It has clarified that any shortfall in the minimum guaranteed slots, so $200 per slot will be compensated so that you start your calls. So the MSC, RCL, all these container liners have started coming here. Now I think MSC doesn't require any more VGF. It is getting 500 to 600 to use in each call. So really the government of Orissa initiative is very laudable. Next important thing we are taking is the connectivity. The ports cannot function in isolation. It has to be connected to the hinterland, failing which the aggregation of cargo to the ports from the industries, evacuation of the cargo from the port to the industries, and will not happen just in time. Today, we have come to a year where entire cargo movement has to take place just in time. So, in the Gati Shakti program, which is launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, 28 port connectivity projects, 22 projects, railways, and 6 projects, road projects have already been made part of this Gati Shakti program. Out of these 28, 8 projects are already completed, rest are under either implementation or development. Then another important thing which we are doing is, we want to develop the waterways. Orissa is blessed with waterways. Brahmani River, National Waterway number 5, Mahanadi River, National Waterway number 64. And these waterways are not utilized for transportation of cargo. So now an SPV has been formed with the government of Orissa and Paradip Port, Inland Waterway Authority and Coal India. We come together to develop the National Waterway number 5, the Brahmani River first, which will connect Talcher to Paradip as well as the Dhamra ports. This will be a game changer because the cost of transportation by waterways is substantially lower than railways and roadways. Then another important initiative we have come out with is the shipbuilding and ship repair cluster. In fact, today the world has a 150 billion global market for shipbuilding and ship repair. In the entire world, which is dominated by China, South Korea and Japan, the entire tonnage capacity of shipbuilding is about 64 million gross tonnage. Out of which, today, what is the Indian shipbuilding capacity? 0.1. So we are at the lowest bottom. We are ranked at 22nd in the entire list of the shipbuilding capacity. So there is a huge potential. In fact, Indian ships, normally the life of a ship is 20 years. 20 years, after 20 years it has to be scrapped. So already 45% of the Indian owned vessels have crossed 20 years. So we require appropriate shipbuilding and ship repair center. Government of Orissa and Paradip Port have come together to develop shipbuilding cluster in the Kendrapara district, and with the allotment of land we will be developing very soon, maybe in a year or two, and it will, in fact, the shipbuilding cluster will generate a huge employment. And if the employment multiplier is 6.4x, that means if the one person is a core employee, 6.4 additional employment will be generated. The last I will see, and I will close it, that is the green hydrogen and green ammonia hub. So now today Paradip is one of the 3 hubs which have been declared by government for export and bunkering of the green hydrogen and green ammonia. Here also I must thank the government of Orissa, which has come forward to allot land for the green hydrogen and green ammonia producers closer to the Paradip port, where they will produce and they will handle for export and bunkering purposes through Paradip port. Paradip port is coming out with a exclusive and green hydrogen, green ammonia berth. So with these things I will just close, and the Paradip, which will continue to play the pivotal role in the growth of the economy and the Vikasit Orissa's concept. And we want to mechanize ourselves 100%, increase the productivity, diversify the cargo profile, and we want to emerge at the biggest major port of the country, which is also a smart port and also green port. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harnath. And this is for Paradip only, and we are planning so many big things for the other ports as well. May I now request Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Orissa, Mr. K.V. Singh Deo, to deliver the address.
Jai Jagannath. Development Commissioner, Additional Chief Secretary Orissa, Mrs. Annu Garg, distinguished panelists, Dr. Deepak Mishra, Director and CEO, Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, Mr. Abhinav Bindra, Padam Bhushan, Olympic gold medalist, founder of Abhinav Bindra Foundation, Mr. Bruce Poe, Chief Skill Officer, World Skill Center, Orissa, Dr. Richa Sela, Chief Development Officer, Bharat Biotech, Mr. P.L. Harnath, Chairperson, Paradip Port Authority, all the dignitaries of the dais and our beloved diaspora. First and foremost, on behalf of the government of Orissa, I would like to welcome all of you to the land of Lord Jagannath and participating in this 3-day Viksit Orissa, the road ahead. I've been here since the morning and listening to all the panelists who have been on the dais earlier and the panelists here right now too. I couldn't agree more with Dr. Deepak Mishra when he pointed out that till 1999, the development or the graph of development in Orissa was minuscule. I would like to mention here that till 1999, there used to be something called a freight subsidy. And because of the freight subsidy, all the ore, Orissa, everybody's been speaking about the wealth of Orissa is in all the mineral ores that Orissa has. But we were allowing the ore to be taken out to Punjab, Haryana, all the foundries were there, but nobody was setting up base in Orissa. Even Tatas They set up the industry in Jamshedpur, but they would take the ore from Orissa. It is when the freight subsidy was withdrawn in 1999 and when the government came out with the industrial policy resolution in 201, we inserted a clause there that anybody who wants any form of ore from Orissa, they have to set up base in Orissa, and there started the development process in the state. Friends, Orissa has the longest coastline. Everybody's been talking about that. In the previous session, I was listening to Mr. Amitabh Kant. I was sitting at the back and hearing him. He was talking about the kind of development in the tourism sector that should take place. He was mentioning that people are not looking for five-star hotels. I agree wholeheartedly with him that people do not want five-star hotels. They need a clean room to sleep in, and they need a clean toilet and services, and they don't need European food to be served to them. They would be more than happy to consume your local cuisines. We need to, if we look at the last year's, the current year's financial budget and the speech which was made by the Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji in the Parliament, she had talked about heritage tourism being developed. She had talked about wildlife tourism to be developed. And we have everything here to offer to the people, but we have not tried to tap those. We should, I remember, I would go back to 2006. I was speaking earlier to Abhinav. Sometime back in 2006, he would know Mr. Bernie Eccleston, who used to run Formula One. Bernie Eccleston had come to Orissa to look at motor sports, Formula One sports to be started here, because all he needed a port to bring the bring the boats in, and he said, we want tented accommodation for the participants who come from all over the world. And the amount of foreign exchange that we could have earned at that point of time, we've got all these long reservoirs where you need only 1 kilometer length stretch of straight run where these boats can be raced. But somewhere the thought process at that time was something different. But definitely we can develop water sports. We have the longest coastline, like I said, and we can have not less than 100 Goas, because 490 kilometers of coastline, you can have various tourist spots developed, and you don't have to have high-end tourism development. You can have low-level tourism development. Some time back, everybody would recall a photograph that was posted by the Honorable Prime Minister on his X. And everybody was wondering where this is. And it was only a part of India where he had taken a photograph and posted. We have so many beautiful places to offer to the people of the world. And why can't Orissa develop those areas? We have a lovely Buddhist circuit. Buddhist circuits should be developed. Japanese tourists spend more to go and play golf in Australia, because to play on the greens in Japan, it is more expensive than to fly to Australia and play golf. So if we develop more golf courses in the state of Orissa, we could get more tourists coming in. But for that, again, what Dr. Jaishankar was speaking of in the morning, we need to develop connectivity. When I say connectivity, it has to be air connectivity. And it has to be affordable air connectivity. You can't have, I mean, that is something that will have to be taken up with Government of India. Mr. Harnath was talking about the development of the ports, because ports is what will get you a lot of cargo, and you have your container movement and everything. But I am a firm believer, Orissa can steal a march over all landlocked states, because movement of cargo, any produce or product which is finished by any of the industries in the state of Orissa can be moved quicker through the sea route rather than through the land route. So Orissa is much better positioned than, let's say, for example, Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh, which have similar situations of ore and other things. And you talked about Janmabhoomi. This is all of us, this is our Janmabhoomi. We have to give back to our Janmabhoomi something at least. When Mr. Harnath was talking about Kendrapada and development of the port there, he is smiling, and I have a merchant navy MLA also sitting in front. He is also very happy, because then his evacuation out would be also quicker. I would like to appeal to all of you in the audience, the entire diaspora who is here today for this 3-day conclave. Please look at Orissa. We are here. Government's job is not to set up industries. Government's job is not to create industries. Government's job is to create the infrastructure and environment for investments to come in, and we are here to facilitate each and every part of that. And I assure you on behalf, we have a very conducive bureaucracy also who will show you the right path and move the state ahead, because we want the state to grow along with you and your investment to grow, and we will handhold you in whatever way you require. The other issue that I need to point out here, my finance secretary is smiling from there. I would like to point out one thing here, that the cheapest electricity tariff that you can get today is in Orissa. Recently, Andhra Pradesh has come out with an energy policy. And I met some investors in Delhi during my last visit to Delhi, and they told me, all that they have promised is more Orissa-centric. They can't give what they have promised. So we went to Chandrababu ji when he has called, so we did go there, but we are looking at Orissa seriously. Friends, the Prime Minister's vision of $5 billion economy by 2036 and $1.5 trillion dollar economy by 2047 is what we are working towards. We are also wanting to increase the per capita income to 28,000. We intend to create more than 12 million additional jobs in the manufacturing and service sector by 2047. Orissa, I have already mentioned, has all kinds of mineral ore available, and we are ranked number 1 as far as chromite, bauxite, iron ore and manganese ore is concerned. We have many big giants, industrial giants who have come and invested in Orissa, not because of any other thing, because we have a conducive, work culture, and we have adequate forces available to be employed and engaged by the industries. I would like to also mention here, our goal is to increase the contribution of our service sectors to over 49% of the economy by 2047 from the present 36%. To achieve this objective, we will set up a financial technology and knowledge fintech city in Bhubaneswar, state-of-the-art global capability center, and a network of data centers in Orissa. We aim to make Orissa a leading chip design and manufacturing hub in India and contribute to the objectives of the India semiconductor mission. By 2047, Orissa aims to increase its contribution to India's energy future by becoming one of the top 5 states for energy exports, serving as a supply hub for southern and eastern India. Friends, we also aim to achieve at least 33% green industrial power consumption, 50% green electrification and agricultural, and 100% digitization of power ecosystem. I would like to point out over here, we want to have organic farming in the state, because organic farming gives us better health. I'm sure Mr. Mr. Rachel Ila will agree with me that we need to feed our people, our society, our people in the country organic food, because that will keep our health, keep us healthier, and we will not have to. Pardon me for saying this, you're setting up your unit here, but we would definitely want a healthier society. We don't want to be living on medicines only, because health is something that we all need, a good health system. In the earlier session, women-led development was being talked about. Abhinav has spoken about the sports infrastructure, and so has Anu spoken about the health, the sports infrastructure which has been developed in the state. There's still a lot to be done. We have miles to go. And there's 1 or 2 points which were missed out as far as the sports issue was concerned. Orissa has become the sponsor for the national Kho-Kho team, as well as the women's hockey team. And I'm sure Kho-Kho is a sport which only needs 2 pillars, and you need the players, and it can be developed in each and every village of Orissa. And we would like people to be engaged in sporting activities, to be able to stay fit. I thank you all once again for being here amongst us in Orissa and wanting to be a part of the development of not only Orissa and the dream of the Honorable Prime Minister when he speaks about Purvodaya. India's development depends on the Purvodaya, meaning the Eastern India needs to develop to make Orissa Viksit, to make India Viksit, and with Viksit Bharat, Viksit Orissa. Thank you all once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Vande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause. Masterpiece of advices, and definitely we are working on it continuously, and we need your support, all the esteemed diasporas, all the industry leaders present over here. Moving ahead, we also indebted to our moderator, Madam Anu Garg, for conducting the discussion in a smooth way, and to all our esteemed panelists for their valuable addition. Ladies and gentlemen, time has arrived that we should be officially closing the third session. I would be requesting hereby Principal Secretary, Finance Department, Government of Odisha, Shri Sashwat Mishra, to please come and deliver the vote of thanks. Sir.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, respected Development Commissioner, distinguished panelists on the dais, distinguished Pravasi Bharatiyas and eminent guests of the dais, namaskar to all. I would not detain you for more than 2 minutes. We have come to the end of a very productive day, in fact the first day of the PBD celebration, and this enriching session was a befitting end to the first day's events. Why does a finance secretary have to give you vote of thanks? It's because finance allows you to dream about Vikasit Odisha. And as Dr. Mishra said, that Odisha can catapult into a much higher league of states. Yes, we have the ability. We have the ability. As he has already stated, we are the least indebted state in Odisha, in the country. We are a revenue surplus state. We have adequate reserve funds for the bad times. God forbid any pandemic strikes again. Dr. Ella would not allow that. But if at all it happens or any such big dislocation happens, we have adequate reserve fund to take care of the eventualities. And as you know, almost all of you must be knowing, in 2004, Government of India came up with a FRBM Act, Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. And we are the only state which has been FRBM compliant since 2005. All FRBM targets have been adhered to, and yet we are prospering, and we are growing, and we are revenue surplus. So it's a very disciplined financially managed state. So we therefore dare to dream of Vikasit Odisha by 2036. All suggestions and advices given by our distinguished panelists, Dr. Mishra, Mr. Avinav Bindra, Padma Bhushan, Mr. Bruce Poe, Dr. Yella, and Mr. P.L. Harnad have been noted down. As DC ma'am has already spoken about we preparing a vision document. All your good suggestions and viewpoints would be taken care of while we finalize the vision document and bring necessary policy changes to give effect to those visions and goals. So with this, on behalf of Government of Odisha, first of all, I thank all the Pravasi Bharatiyas who have come from all parts of the globe to Odisha and to Bhubaneswar to attend this PBD celebration in large numbers, and this is the most appropriate time to visit Odisha. And as you must be seeing that Bhubaneswar especially and Puri and other tourist places have been already decked up to welcome you, and I'm sure that you would have a very memorable experience of visiting Odisha and visiting and attending this PBD in 2025. I thank all the 5 distinguished panelists for their valuable time and suggestions. We would be in touch with them as and when required. Some of them are like our in-house advisors like Mr. Bindra and Sri Harnad and others. So we would be taking a lot of advices from you. Thank you very much. I thank DC ma'am for moderating this entire discussion. And last but not the least, I thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister who not only has a towering presence, but who is also a towering leader and who is in charge of the 2 most important departments of the state government, agriculture and power sector. And with your guidance and with your leadership, sir, we expect that our state would leapfrog into a very high altitude of growth. Thank you. And on behalf of the organizers, I thank everybody once again. Thank you.
I request our esteemed dignitaries present on the dais to please come forward and pose for a photograph. As promised, this session definitely acted as a melting pot of ideas, aspirations, and actionable strategies for the future of Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, together we can make the vision of Viksit Odisha a reality. Let's continue this journey with hope, determination, and collaboration. I would be requesting all of you to please enjoy the tea break and gear up, because in the evening we have amazing performance, the authentic representation of Odisha's tradition and culture in the form of Odissi dance and other, you can say, classical song sessions. So I would be requesting everyone to gear up for the evening cultural session. Once again, thanking all our esteemed dignitaries, panelists, Deputy CM, DC ma'am, for your valuable addition to the third and the last session of Day 1 PBD 2025. Once again, thanking all our vibrant diasporas and all the leaders for your participation. Please enjoy the tea break and gear up for cultural program. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.